Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Listen here, this is a fact of life. I be rapping like Nat Turner came back to life. Grab Donald Trump by the pussy, he ain't acting right. I never run from a conflict, I be glad to fight. It's a very cold world that we live in. Somebody please tell Elizabeth you're not an Indian. You just trying to con them people to get the benefit. Just another immigrant, stealing from the Indians. That's some punk ass shit and that's too lame. Now we finna step over to Andrew Yang. And you a sucker, you could never speak for black folks. Fake ass pandemic, trying to get the black vote. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You know your boy be high off sativa. Kamala wasn't popping, so we said bye, Felicia. She ain't had a right policy. We ain't trying to meet her. Y'all can take Biden too. Bye, we don't need him. We don't need Roland Martin or that coon Al Sharpton. Didn't need Cory Booker from the start, man. I don't fuck with police and no snitch. You know I'm coming with the heat when I spit it. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. If you ever go to court and this is your luck, try not to get fucked by Benjamin Crump. I know it's hard, you and all go is hard. But who the fuck is Amy Cloak? Put her picture up on the bullseye and start throwing darts. People cut our organs out our bodies, that's a stolen heart. They can't save us from the flood like Noah's Ark. Black lives always matter, we finna go for ours. So then we savages, we don't need to pot the piss. Mike Bloomberg can suck dick with that stop and frisk. Bitch, you ain't speaking for us, we don't know you. Bernie Sanders, they get your funky ass on too. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me.
I'm talking about shit going crazy. People going crazy in them motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it means nothing. Nothing. Without a woman on the bed. Man made the car. Carry the heavy load. Man made the electrolyte to take us out of the dark. Man made the boat for the water like the seven no man. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy. Man make them happy because man make them strong. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world.
Greetings, Black family. Greetings. Thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. This is season 4, episode 44, part 1 of the Frontline Black News. And that is being live streamed on the Revolutionary Agenda YouTube channel due to Puketube striking both the Frontline Black News and my Jesse Parris aka Nkrumah YouTube channels. So this is on the RBA, the Revolutionary Agenda YouTube channel, but this is not the RBA tonight. This is the Frontline Black News, basically in conjunction with the RBA. And we'll be discussing several things. The first thing that we'll be discussing is, of course, them tangibles. This is the year and a decade of tangibles. Continue to demand some tangibles for your vote. Black family, from now, 2025, all the way up to 2100. Then we got FBAs must not get caught up in this fearmongering about the dump as in human shit. And we want to make that perfectly clear. President Trump. Then we got economic sabotage. White man shares the 5 ways them folks sabotage FBAs on the job that hurt us financially. Then we got the dump as in human shit. And then once again, we want to make that perfectly clear. Pardons J6 terrorists and Elon Musk, the musty man. The damn board gives a Nazi salute. And the ADL was acting stupid about talking about it was a precarious gesture. No, y'all know what the hell a goddamn Nazi salute looked like. Stop playing dumb. They're trying to tell us that we didn't see what we seen. Hey, Kahari, thanks for tapping in. Yeah, it was from Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. We played a video about slavery in America and how it didn't end exactly until the late 20th century. So there were still people enslaved going into the 1960s, 1970s, 1980s, 1990s in parts of this country. And we were playing a video on that. I had the copyright up, I had the fair use up, and Puketube decided to strike the video and take it down. So what that tells me, they didn't want us to get that information out to our people, but we will continue to prevail on. Yeah, YouTube is lame, Mac 285, and that's straight up BS. Exactly, twin. They start? You know, it wasn't based off the music, Kahari. It was the fact that we were sharing information to our people that they didn't want us to share to our people. Plain and simple. Maybe the people strike y'all. I wouldn't be surprised, but it wasn't people. It wasn't like people that's usually trolling on the channel that were watching. So I don't know. But either way, both the channels got struck, so I have to stream on here. And then we got Vivek kicked out. Vivek Bad Salami, you know, the one that was talking real greasy about black folks. He got his Indian nigga wake up call, and now he's out. He got kicked out the Doge, Department of Government Efficiency. And then the dump attacks DEI, which is actually good news. And the EEOC, which is the Equal Opportunity, I forgot what the C stands for. But basically, whenever you apply for a job in the United States, you have to sign this paper about that. Yeah, Al Tether at YouTube bots. Yeah, it could have been them. Could have been that fucking Regal dude, too, yeah. I wouldn't put none past these tethers at 285. And then President dumped the Trump, the Revokes Birthright Citizenship, and cites FBAs as rightful recipients of the 14th Amendment. Yeah, I did set up another account, but they won't let me go live on it until tomorrow. Yeah, we always got backup, Kahari. But thank you. All right, so those are the topics. I'm going to try to rush through them. Shabaka should be joining us here shortly. Tay is asleep. She'll be joining us when she wake up. So yeah, this is the year and the decade of tangibles. Continue to mess up the tangible for your vote, Black family, all the way up to 2100. So I'm gonna read this like I've been reading it for the past 4-5 years now, and that is the tangibles. So instead of tangibles 2020, it's tangibles 2025, all the way up to 2100. So the 2024 presidential elections have already came and went. And foundational Black Americans rejected that 50-year-old plus malign neglect policy that has been implemented by the political system. This malign neglect policy mandates that Black Americans should be ignored and only mentioned in vague and non-specific terms, lumping foundational Black Americans into groups with minorities, immigrants, people of color, BIPOC, downtrodden, underserved, underprivileged, what else do they use? Marginalized, etc., has only hindered the progress of Black Americans as a group while providing tangible benefits for other groups. In this election cycle, meaning we already had the election cycle last year in 2024, and we insisted that our needs would be specifically met by politicians who are seeking our vote. So if you didn't offer us no tangibles, the thing, the routine, the plan was you're not getting our goddamn vote. Now 20-something% of our people said, hell with this, we're gonna sit it out, and actually listened, and the others, unfortunately, 80% voted for Kamala. Makes no sense to me, but it is what it is. So we insisted that our needs were specifically met by politicians who are seeking our vote. Foundational Black Americans want tangible, I repeat, tangible benefits specifically for us. We do not want trickle-down, secondary benefits that are provided for every group. Every group has not been systematically marginalized and disenfranchised in every area of society as foundational Black Americans. So we refuse to be lumped in with groups who often assist in the exploitation and disenfranchisement of Black Americans. So politicians must offer tangibles. Specifically the foundational Black Americans, we simply will not vote for them. Be sure to spread this message far and wide on social media using the hashtag tangibles 2020. And shout out to Tariq and Steve for this, because he came up with this hashtag back in 2019. And we've been pushing it ever since. So that's like 6-7 years now. Probably longer now. About 6 years now. So we're going to continue to demand something tangible for a vote. This year, there's a lot of local elections. So in your local elections, definitely demand something tangible for your vote. I don't think there's really any state elections, but if there are, demand something tangible for your vote in those elections. And then the midterms are coming up in 2026. We're going to continue to demand something tangible for our vote then. And the next presidential election is in 2028. And we're still going to continue to demand something tangible for our vote. So that's the tangibles. The days are over of us just voting just to be voting. The days are over of us just being fear-mongered and browbeat and shamed. Let's see, what did y'all say? Yeah, that's right. Tangibles. If we tangible, wouldn't everybody want a Black man? Want to date a Black man then? Yeah. But that's not so tangible, something real, something substantive, something you can touch, feel, measure, count with your own hand, i.e. reparations, i.e. legislation that specifically caters to us. So like an anti-Black hate crime law, an end of qualified immunity in all 50 states, and of course the reparations in the form of direct lineage-based cash payments to the freedmen, to the descendants of American child slavery freedmen, that built this country. It wouldn't be the United States of America without our ancestors' blood, sweat, and toil. Yeah, if we got tangibles, yeah, I guess they would, Kahari. Yeah, they always want to get what we got. So if we got tangibles, then yeah, they would definitely want to be dating us more because they want to try to reap the benefits of those tangibles. But nah, we need something that's specifically for us. We're done with these lift all, lift every voice, all that crap. We're done with all of that. So if we're gonna participate in this illegitimate system known as American politics, we're gonna demand something tangible for a vote. The name of this game is Quick Roll Pro. If I give you my vote, I want something tangible in return for it. Every other group understands this, but our people, unfortunately, our people are still very politically immature. So, as we continue to mature in this game of politics, we're gonna play the game if we're gonna participate in it, and we're gonna demand something tangible for our vote. Otherwise, they're not gonna get our vote, and the Democrats can lose every election cycle from now to 2100. For all we give a damn, we don't give a damn about the Democrats. We don't give a damn about the Republicans. Our vote is for sale to the highest bidder, and that was basically the gist of this. And it took two presidential election cycles for them to get the memo. Hey, we're not gonna keep allowing y'all to take our vote for granted. We're not gonna keep voting blue no matter who, and we ain't getting nothing tangible out of the deal. So I think they got the memo, but they might have to lose about 2 more election cycles before they become crystal clear that we're not playing with them. So that means they got to lose 2026, the midterms, and they got to lose 2028, the presidential again. So see it, and all the way up to 2100. We're going to continue to mess up the tangible for our vote. So that's the tangibles. Where are you at, Shabaki? I was trying to wait for Shabaka because I know he got a lot to say about this. But I am pressed for time. Black family, I do got to get up early in the morning and do the food bank like I've been doing for the past 8-9 years now. So, tangibles. Continue to make something tangible for your vote. The black vote is for sale to the highest bidder. And, don't give your vote out if you're not getting nothing tangible for it at the local, state, and federal levels. So moving along, the dump should have cussed me out the other night, pal. Play nice. Dude, get your coon ass up out of here, cuz we definitely ain't got time for your fuckery. Get your coon ass out of here. You was the same one that was tap shoeing and cooning, if I recall. Get the fuck out of here, cuz we ain't got time for none of your bullshit. Now, before I was really interrupted by this fucking clown named Lance, fuck out of here. Yeah, that fucking clown twin. I'm like, what the fuck, dude? Get the fuck out of here. Nobody got time for your bullshit. You gonna sub up to my girl's channel to get on this stupid shit. Get the fuck out of here, dude. That's the one the lady said his pussy was leaking. I remember him now. Nah, there was this damn troll in the damn chat named Lance. He had a big old problem with something we said, and he had to make it clear, and then we dropped the damn link for his punk ass to get on the damn show to air out his grievances or whatever the fuck. And he's like, oh, I'm at work, I can't get on, I'm at work. Fuck out of here. Now, before I was really interrupted by this clown named Lance, continue to mess up the tangible. So, the dump as a human shit has been in office for about a week now. And he's been actually doing what he said he was going to do. The mass deportations have begun. There's been hella mass deportations in several cities across this country. And one of the things that he said he was going to do was get with these illegal migrants up out of here. There's Shabaki. Oh, I'm the moderator, so we don't need no. As long as there's one moderator in here, Kahari, we good.
What's going on?
Hey, Shabaka, you just in time. I just was finishing up with the tangibles.
Okay, all right.
Very
all right.
high income city. It's 13 degrees outside with about.
Well, we're not too far behind. We're at about 29.
Yeah, we just had our favorite troll come up in here, Lance.
Oh, really?
Remember that the fool that was talking all that shit on Shabaka's Black Experience, and we had dropped the link for his ass. And it was like he couldn't get on because he was at work. That clown.
Oh, in other words, he couldn't stand the heat, huh? So why don't you just say, man, I can't fuck with you all. You know, I ain't got to lie to us. Shit. You know what I'm saying?
We should have cussed him out the other day. Play nice. Get the fuck out of here. Okay, Shabaka. So what are your thoughts on the tangibles?
Okay, on the tangibles, man, let me get a headset in. The tangibles is needed. They are required. It is a debt that is owed. It's not a handout. You see what I'm saying? And then, of course, with old Humpty Dumpty stating of how he honestly feels, you need the tangibles even more so.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, because see now, I don't have a problem with Humpty Dumpty. No, and I did not vote for the bastard. But the thing is about Humpty Dumpty is that he is telling you exactly how he feels. You see what I'm saying? And then he's also expressing for the far white folks of how they honestly feel, which is fine. And so therefore, that should tell us what we need to do. You see, let's face it, people, may Dr. King rest in peace. Even he realized his mistake before his transition, okay? We cannot afford the same damn mistake. Now, Humpty Dumpty is talking about he's getting rid of this alphabetized shit. Great, beautiful. Humpty Dumpty says he wants to kill the Civil Rights Act. Go ahead, kill the motherfucker, because that means, because that means
he can't do it. But like legally, he can't do that. All he can do is make additions or subtractions to it. But he can't do it. He can't do an all overhaul of it.
Okay. Hey, twin. Okay. All right. And so, but he did put it out there. Okay. So he does express of how white America truly feels, which I really don't give a good goddamn, because I'm glad that you motherfuckers are stating how you honestly feel. So therefore,
he just stated, Shabaka, that was specifically for us. That 14th Amendment was specifically for us.
Yeah, right. Okay.
Americans, the freedmen. That was specifically for us. That wasn't for no other group. These other groups,
now
they've been taking advantage of that shit, and it had nothing to do with them.
Okay, now, like I said, on past podcasts that we did years ago, even when you and I had started together, is when did we, as a people, on a collective basis, petition the U.S. government to be citizens here?
That's what the 14th Amendment was all about. That's what the dump is saying. He's like, look, y'all the only ones that got birthright citizenship here because that was created for y'all. That's what.
And then one thing. And one thing about the dump, he did say, man, and I think in his first regime, he says, after all, you all did build this goddamn country. Now that he made perfectly clear.
And we hadn't got the recognition that we so deserved for it. That's why when he said that, I was like, okay, well, if he's saying that, then he might be crazy enough to cut the damn check.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Back in 2020, and then these fools went out and voted blue no matter who.
And saw what the fuck happened.
Because it was anybody but the orange man.
Right.
Gonna play that same shit again this time around, and it didn't work.
Right. You see what I mean? And then also, too, he's getting these migrants the fuck up out of here, which is great news. You know what I'm saying? Because they didn't mean us. Yeah, they didn't mean us no good anyway. They go to the goddamn city of Chicago, man. Then they're going to slash this little black girl's face at 8 years old on her way to school.
Trinity, Washington.
Yeah. Yeah, you see, so and I mean, in the way how he's got these motherfuckers, man, that I'm saying is he's got these motherfuckers handcuffed, standing there in formation, ready to board the goddamn airplane, man. He says he's sending the motherfuckers out today,
Today.
today.
Mm,
You see what I'm saying? You know what I mean? And then two, what they saying is to get rid of that DEI shit. Okay. So which means, black family, now you can go on and hire your own people, man, for your ideas and innovate for ourselves.
yep. Yep.
Say,
Well, we got Brother Kahari. Brother Kahari is in the
oh,
computer
okay. Greetings to him, brother
tech
Kahar.
world.
Yeah, let Jay Militant know, man. I saw him there on YouTube last night, man, and I was trying to get with
Oh
him.
yeah, he should be stopping by. He said he was gonna swing through. He
Okay,
went
okay.
live about an hour ago.
Okay, yeah, okay, because I saw him up there, and then, man, I'm trying to get all caught up on his internet technology stuff, man, because as you know, with Stinky Bird and then the other dude, man, that they getting ready to make a bunch of changes to this stuff. You see,
They
so
already
I'm
doing it.
thinking
Wait,
when I,
they took
yeah,
the reason why we're on this channel opposed to the other channels is because that video that we played on Tuesday for Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, they
yeah.
somebody flagged the video or you got copyright something.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah, yeah. That's what I called you up and told you. You was in the bed sleeping. And I said I forgot that Jesse was an hour ahead of me, because when I got wind of it, yeah, that's what they saying. So yeah, you guys doing copyright music, so we giving the royalties to the music owner of it. You see what I'm saying, or something
What?
to that
No, it
effect.
wasn't even the music though. It was the message. They didn't want the message getting out that the slavery had not ended, and it had went
Mhm.
well until the 20th century.
Oh yeah, that's right. Well, yes. With the oldest brothers and sisters who was kept as slaves for 2 or 3 generations afterward because
Hmm.
they did not know that slavery had ended. Okay, and that's when you said, yeah, you and I is the only ones on it because we had about 8 people on there.
Hmm.
Okay, all righty.
Yeah, they
Okay,
took that whole
okay.
video down. I disputed it and everything, and they rejected my appeal. All punk ass motherfuckers.
Okay, all right. So what we have to do to get that goddamn attention, right? When we get some money, you and I both, sir, have to go to San Mateo County, okay? And what
Hmm.
we have to do is file a civil suit against these motherfuckers, man, in the San Mateo County courts. You
Yeah.
say, and the first goddamn thing that we're putting up there is violation of your so-called First Amendment. These is you white people's laws. You see,
Hmm.
these ain't our laws. This is we're going by what you white people say. You see what I
Right.
mean? As far as your laws is concerned. So you violating your own fucking laws. Now, if you had some shit up there about a homosexual getting a dick up his ass, they'll sit up there and talk about, oh, well, this is progressive. Fuck them motherfuckers.
Right. All right. So is that your closing thoughts on the tangibles?
Oh, the tangibles, it's a debt that is owed. It's not an entitlement for us. It's not a handout to us. This is a debt that they owe. Okay. And so these politicians must offer tangibles specifically to us or don't waste your time voting for
Right.
them. And I'm going to emphasize that even more so because, see, I voted in my last election, man, in 2024. They say
Hmm.
I will no longer be voting anymore because of my age, and I had to focus on, my elder years than worrying about these goddamn lying ass politicians, these crooked ass judges, these fucked up ass DAs, and these goddamn kangaroo lying ass courts that none of these motherfuckers believe in, who they swore to uphold the law.
Hmm.
I can't, I can't do it. The hypocrisy caught up. Say,
Right.
and that's what keeps me pissed off is the hypocrisy of it. Now I can see if this shit was making a difference. I can see if the congressional Black Caucus did have our interest at heart. Okay, now you got my attention. But you motherfuckers are sitting up there grandstanding, going up here partying with these motherfuckers, fucking and sucking them and getting high with them and all that and saying, fuck the black community. Fuck you motherfuckers.
Yep. That's the tether copies.
Yeah, you see? Fuck them. If y'all ain't doing nothing specifically for us, okay, what's the sense in listening to you?
Right. What's the sense of listening to you? What's the sense of voting for you?
Yeah, all that, brother Che, all that. What's the sense in listening to you? What's the sense of voting for you? What's the sense of paying you any kind of goddamn attention when you're gonna get up here and ass scratch and yassa boss and whatever? Oh, by the way, I did cut the check. You damn right, twin. I have been looking at Goodbye Uncle Tom, man. I
Okay.
got about 30 more minutes of it to go
Okay.
through after stomach ache because the part that pissed me off was when that goddamn raping slave trading ass pedophile got a
Yeah.
13-year-old black girl in the bed with him.
Yeah, that was horrible, Shabaki.
Yeah, man,
Yeah,
I was about to
that shit
bust up my
pissed
own
me off
goddamn.
too.
Yeah, man. So I have to sit back and breathe, man. And it is what it is. You see what I'm saying? And they talking about the great state of Louisiana down there. You say I've been through Louisiana. I've been through great state of Texas. Been
Yep.
through Florida. Been
Yep.
through Alabama.
Yep.
Been through the great state of Georgia. You
Mm-hmm.
know what I'm saying? I will no longer be going into the South. I will die out here in the West. You know what I mean? It's because, how could I put this? You feel that the antebellum South, right? And then keep in mind, in my opinion, and anybody, please correct me if I'm wrong in the chat room, because I'm not the most brilliant motherfucker there is. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Uh, and I was just feeling, man, I guess Brother Che being near the Gulf of Mexico,
Yeah. Well,
that the
that
ancestors
was
was
gonna be the
speaking.
Gulf of America, Shabaki.
Damn, that motherfucker's a trip. Oh, my. Okay. Yeah, well, anyway, the dump is the dump, as in human shit. But one thing I respect about this orange bastard is that he is telling you of how he honestly feels. You see what I'm saying? Now, I'm looking at here, man, on one of these major two news networks where they had the circle of crying Sambos, Van Jones, what have you, and all this old type of shit. What we're gonna do, what we doing that? Oh, the civil rights act 1965. Motherfucker, stand up and be a goddamn man. You brain dead. That's the problem with these brain dead motherfuckers. They can't think. They stuck on stupid. And then, y'all could send hate mail back to my Shabaka's page and what have you. Inbox me with your hate mail and you white supremacists and all that. And we are done producing episodes on Blog Talk. We got exactly, Brother Che, 6 more days while it's up. So the rest of those 6 more days, man, and this is a real tedious task. And I want to thank you for suggesting getting this terabyte, right?
Yeah.
Is because I'm going through all our significant episodes, but our marginal episodes, I'm just shit canning them, throwing them to the curb. You know what I mean?
Yeah. That makes
Say,
sense, Shabaki.
yeah, and then got it on a file right here. So therefore, Twin and Jay Militant and our man Jay Dizzle, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I was so mad. We had Jay Dizzle on that show too, and they took that shit down on punk ass motherfuckers. Uh,
Damn. No, them some dirty sons of bitches. Okay, so which means is they getting ready to flag my goddamn Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced Like page. All right. So I had to check on that. And then what I've been doing, if you have like pages, Black Family, and they putting shit up there on your wall that you don't dig, just simply inbox the motherfucker and tell him these following words. Do not put this bullshit on my wall and delete his shit. You see? Because that's what I've been doing. You ain't got shit up there I didn't approve or request, or if you ain't in the crew, you know what I'm saying, man? Who the fuck is you, man? Why you putting this bullshit up on here? You got to pay us.
right.
Say, because that's the only thing what these other motherfuckers is doing. All these goddamn content creators is up there doing is putting they shit all up on your wall so they can get paid and ain't giving you no fucking money.
Yeah, I don't know why they won't let you change the settings. Because you
Yeah,
should be
I
able to
know.
settings where they can't do that shit.
Yeah, man. But so what you have to do is you have to read old Zuckerberg's updates. You see what I'm saying? Just like how on your laptops and cell phones and shit they put up there where there's updates, but they go through hell and high water for you to find out what the updates is. You see, so which means it's broad and ambiguous. It's not a goddamn statute because it cannot be understood by the common person.
Yeah.
Dr. Huey P. Newton.
Yep. All right, Shabaka, so I'm going to move us to the next topic.
Okay. Okay, you got Phil.
Must not get caught up with the fear-mongering about President Trump. So the Democrats is running scared, like you were saying, Van Jones,
Right.
River Van Jones.
You know? All right. Okay, I'm going to get talking.
Okay. So these other groups is talking about we need to come to their rescue and all of that shit. No, hold your own nuts.
Exactly.
So give us an update on this.
Okay, I'm muting
tonight on the podcast, ladies and gentlemen. You know, there's a lot of people out here. You know, with Trump making all these moves, want to try to fearmonger you. They want to get you afraid, scared. Oh man, Trump gonna get you. All kind of different things that they are. You know, he do an executive order, they're not even bothering taking the time to read it, but then they just jumping online what they heard and just saying some things. But prior to Trump or anybody else, our people have been through everything. And I want to play this video because this one sister is going to be so spot on about what the message that Black people need to be receiving right now.
Before everybody start fear-mongering and losing their mind, just a quick reminder that we are Black.
Right.
We are Black.
Right.
Ain't nothing in this world Black people ain't been through. Right. Not a single thing. You can't even name it. Nothing. Right. Name one thing.
You can't.
You can't. We are the only race that is equipped to survive anything. Anything. Okay? Now, granted, do we always want to be in survival mode? No. But sometimes you got to avenge and be Thanos. I mean, it ain't nothing that we ain't never did before. Let me remind you that George Bush had 2 terms. Yep. While we were getting bombed, he was reading Dr. Seuss to some kindergartners. Right. Do you recall?
Yep, I recall.
Okay, now. Come on now, tighten up. Y'all fear-mongering too much. Relax. We're Black.
And I'm glad this sister says this because we've been seeing more and more of this. And, you know, with, you know, the Democrat shields, that's what they're trying to do. Because they're trying to save face, right? So they want you afraid. They want you so scared. But think about it. When they were talking about the DEI thing, oh, see, DEI gone. There was no DEI when I was a kid. Right. When my mother and father, grandparents, or whatever, no such thing as a DEI.
Right.
You had to get it how you live as a Black person, right? It's just that simple. Yeah. And one thing that the way I was raised is that you don't go looking for no government program to do anything for you. You get it out the mud on your own. Because waiting on them to give you something, you may not get it at all.
Yeah.
Why would you want to give them that much power anyway over you? If you're in your 5 senses, you could walk, you could talk, you could see and hear. Your brain works. Then you can get it. You can get it, man, or sis, you can get it. Stop letting these people trying to scare you by Donald Trump. Right. Oh man. He gonna do this and he gonna do that. Man, Trump not gonna do nothing that ain't been done already.
Right. That's what
more can he really do to Black people that haven't been done? We've been mass incarcerated. That's already been done. We've been enslaved. We went through the Black codes. We went through sharecropping, convict leasing.
Be sure to mention the
Jim
Black
Crow.
Empowerment era.
They bombed our churches, destroyed our cities, redlined us. You know, like,
make sure to
I can go on and on and on, put bad food in our neighborhood, bad health care. What more are they really going to do they haven't done already? Let's just think about that.
Out there to this goddamn desert and turn off the fucking water.
These other groups, if they do that to them, that's something new on them. But us, we have literally had everything thrown at us. Everything has happened to us, and we survived.
They've already done all of that.
We're still here. Right. We have a staying power. We have a survival power that other people do not have.
No,
and that's why they always trying to study Black people, even in colleges.
Right.
How does black people tick? How do they make it? How do they do this? How do they do that? We don't understand. It's always a question with all of this. It's a question.
From the ancestors, people.
Because they don't know how we survived all that. They know what they done to us. They know.
The ancestors.
They in their mind we shouldn't even be here no more.
Exactly.
But they say, man, not only they still here, they're 43 million strong.
Yep.
Even in the midst of all the stuff they tried to do, they tried to take out our babies with abortion. They tried to throw feminism on the women. They want to buck break the men, and yet we still survive even in the midst of all of that.
The power of the ancestors, Uncle
We
Phil.
always gonna be
You're
all
younger
right.
than me.
I always say we God's children. That's why we're gonna be okay. Our birth rates isn't dropping. Nothing is happening with us like that.
Right.
When it came to the pandemic, they was
Right.
Birdman hand rubbing because say, oh man, look what's happening. Boy, it's gonna take out a lot of black people. It's gonna take out a lot of Africans and all of that. And
Remember, Shabaka, initially we was not being affected by that shit at all.
Right. And then you remember?
And
you
then
remember,
Hank
man?
Aaron, then Hank Aaron got that jabby jab and ended up
And
dropping
he
out.
was gone.
It was all
And
downhill.
Hank Aaron was gone. And then do you remember the video, man, that they put up from the Democratic Republic of the Congo? Is that I stand with the Democratic Republic of the Congo and Africa. Africa is not a goddamn laboratory. It ain't no place for you to come bring your motherfucking experimentations. But then as you are bringing me information on these with these goddamn tethers. You see what I'm saying?
none of that even happened. More of them had went the way they thought we were going to go.
Yep.
Than us.
Right.
That's why they was rushing so much about that medication that they came out with.
Mm-hmm.
Bro,
and they got another dose for you.
We are survivors. We survived the pandemic. We'll survive another one. We'll survive all kind of things because that's who we are as a people. It's nothing to be fear. Like what they gonna do?
Right.
And fear is not even from the Lord. Fear is from the devil.
Fear is false.
And also, your ancestors will be ashamed of you. Run around here scared. Oh, I'm scared. He's taking this program. I'm scared. Like, what? Our ancestors had a real reason to be scared.
Right.
We not even living
and
a life
that's
of our
why you got to
ancestors.
respect them 6 black men in Oakland
None
that
of us
went
are.
out there and put their lives on the line
So
in
our ancestors
1966.
expect us to continue to fight and not be afraid and stand in the midst of danger. Finish the fight for our ancestors.
Work
Stop
with
being
them, Junior,
afraid
to
of
quote
every
one of
freaking
our
thing.
ancestors.
Because I have no sympathy with that fear stuff. I don't. You stand and fight.
Right.
Then these people scare you. Oh, he gonna do this. He ain't gonna do nothing. Nobody gonna do nothing. Ain't been done already. Well, what new they gonna do?
And the
done it all.
motherfucker cannot do nothing to
Right?
you no more than you let him.
But like I say, we'll be all right. We're gonna be all right. Like I say, really, we ain't gotta do much of nothing but just, like they say, stand back and watch the show.
Yep.
That's really where we at with it right now.
And
watch the show
counterpunch.
that's going on and just getting in our communities and
Right.
fixing our issues and problems. That's all we gotta do right now is that.
Hey,
You don't have to do
what
nothing
what
more
did
or
Garvey
nothing
say?
less.
Race first.
Yep.
We are in
And
a
this
great
ain't
position
hatred,
as black
mighty
people in this
whiteys.
country.
We
Great
becoming
position.
self-sufficient. And then
Don't let them
and
people
pause
fear
Uncle
monger
Phil
you.
for a
Don't do that.
minute.
Like that sister said, we black.
It's
We
over.
done been through it all. What more could they do to us?
Okay, yeah. What more can they do to us that they haven't done before? Okay, but at the same damn token is this, okay? Like with the school bully. You see what I'm saying?
Imagine a
I had to
beauty
deal
retired
with the
life.
school bully one time, and I went and whooped his motherfucking ass all by myself. Oh man, oh Shabaka, we partners all that. Give me all your lunch money, motherfucker.
Yeah.
In fact, give me every goddamn thing you got. Every fucking time you see me trick, you pay me to look at your horrible, ugly ass.
Right.
And really, that ain't me. And they say, really, that ain't me. Say, but you ain't gonna sit there and punk me. I
Right.
didn't make it to this goddamn age of 60 plus, for nothing.
Right.
because we are all we got.
Yep.
It's through the power of media.
Yeah, so don't get caught up in the fear mongering, Black family.
Yeah, and then like what Trump says, well, man, I'm shutting down the Office of Diversity, Equality, and Inclusion. Hey, man, that's great news to me.
Equity, inclusion, yeah, that diversity.
That's
equity.
Great news. That's great news.
Don't benefit us. That shit's like affirmative action. That shit does not benefit us.
Exactly. And then for all the people up there on my wall, oh man, he killed the family values, boo, best goddamn thing to happen, because now we are forced to go up here and work with one another. And when we start doing it, Brother Che, it might take, the rest of your generation. I might not be here with you, okay? But goddamn it, we're going to be motherfucking independent. We're going to control our own economics. We're going to produce for ourselves, you see? And then black man and woman start get back together and fucking and make more black babies.
Yeah. Well, like you said, there ain't nothing wrong with our birth rates. It's them folks.
Yeah, exactly.
Fucked up. Okay, so so don't get caught up in it, y'all. Just literally do like Michael Jackson was doing in the Thriller video, eating popcorn, just sit back and watch the show.
And one thing I will say about Michael Jackson, that he did do the video where he couldn't get no funding, Black Power, Mac 285, always. And I really appreciated Mr. Jackson when he made that video, Remember the Time.
Yeah.
Do, remember the time. Do. That was a very, very powerful video.
Yes, it
by
was.
The way.
Yes, it was, Shabaka. So, yeah, just sit back and enjoy the show, Black family.
And then keep in mind to your other groups, this does not mean that we hate you, okay? What it is that your experience is not the black experience. You see what I'm saying? And I don't give a damn how many bed wenches you laid with, okay? Our experience is a unique experience all around the globe, because if it wasn't for us, 5 things that you other groups will not have. 1 is mathematics. 1 is science. 1 is trigonometry, geometry. You see what I mean? And then, Brother Che, you please try to reach out to Dr. Ashwell, man. And it's an uphill battle because, Dr. Ashwell is real busy. And then I posted up on your wall Dr. Marimba Ani of some of her material that she was saying. And if we could reach the good...
Posted on what wall? I can't access Facebook.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, well, I posted it up on my wall. You know what I'm saying? And then Facebook, what these punk-ass motherfuckers is doing to me is that every other day, man, I got to re-sign into my account. So...
Yep, that's that bullshit.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So I'm trying to get with our other sister as well, too, where we could develop our own damn platform. And then also, too, for you black engineering students, you PhDs in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, man, please come up here and drop knowledge. You're more than welcome. You know what I'm saying? And then, this is a disclaimer, is that we are not advocating hating any other groups of people. All that we advocate is that our people come together and make ourselves self-sufficient. Okay, because if it wasn't for us, all the way back to the days of slavery here, not only in the United States, but this whole goddamn hemisphere, you see what I'm saying? Your damn economic power wouldn't be what it is without us and without the continent of Africa. And I'm mainly speaking to you Belgians, you French, you British, you damn Dutch, and who's that? You Norwegians, you Denmark people and all that. And by the way, it's 42 degrees right here and my body is aching. You see, I'm a child of the sun. I need the goddamn heat. See? No, and this isn't hatred. You see? What you all are getting is unconventional and undisputed truth that's not sugar-coated with prepackaged bullshit.
Right. All right, so moving along, Shabaka.
Yes.
like we stated previously, the white supremacists they create economic deprivation. So we are sabotaged as a people in this country, financially,
economically, politically,
in all nine areas of human activity. White man shares the 5 ways that folks sabotage FBAs on the job that hurt us financially.
Yeah, it's designed this way. That's why when the dumpster killed affirmative action, man, it was the best goddamn thing that could have happened to us.
Well, the Supreme Court killed affirmative action, but yeah, it didn't benefit us. It was created initially because Dr. Claude Anderson was the first one to write a affirmative action program in the 1960s.
Yeah, that's about right. Yeah, that's about right.
He said it was supposed to be corrective action for what had happened post-Civil War, Reconstruction, and Jim Crow.
Right, and then another thing, man, that dealt affirmative action a blow, and I think I sent you the link, Brother Parris. Look at the Alan Bakke decision versus the University of California at Davis.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because I remember when that there was going down, you see?
Right. Well, it's like I said, it was supposed to be corrective action for what had happened previous. And then they threw all that broad, ambiguous language in there, like minority.
People of color. Yeah. And to quote Dr. Huey Percy Newton, that any statute that is so ambiguous that it cannot be understood by the common person is not a fucking statute.
Right. So this law was full of crap. And it has been full of shit since the 1970s. So
tell me about it. I've lived it.
Uncle Phil's gonna go over what this white supremacist says about the 5 ways that his people sabotage FBAs on the job.
It don't matter if you're an entrepreneur, if you are a black person, you know, FBA or you're a brother and sister from the diaspora, right? They're going to sabotage you or attempt to sabotage you, right?
Right.
And unfortunately, because that's the system they run where they have to sabotage you because they can't really compete with you. And if they can't compete, at least with foreign countries, they keep them out or keep their companies out because they don't want to compete with anybody on a fair.
And that's why the black banker from Nigeria came up dead during last year's Super Bowl. Just what he's talking about right there.
Merit, but we don't have a system based on merit. We have a system based on racism, white supremacy. So when they say merit, that means, you know, when you hear them talking about DEI so much, DEI this, DEI that, that's really a conversation for white males because the white female was actually benefiting more off of DEI, right? But because, you know, they can't trust their females to do what they want them to do a lot of times, this is why they don't even want them in position. You understand what I'm saying? So that DEI thing is a code word for putting white males on top. If white males are not on top, then they feel that's a problem completely. Right. So this is that's what all the DEI conversation is about. Now, for me, I'm a firm believer in entrepreneurship, and we don't need a DEI program. We have our own.
Right.
You know, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad taught us to do for self, have our own. Dr. King wanted us to have our own. Malcolm X wanted us to have our own, control our own. And that's what we should seek to do now. Definitely as you know, black people globally, we should seek to do our own. When you're asking other people to be part of theirs, you got to put up with their crap. It's just that simple. Even though in business, they try to sabotage you. Yes, they do. But it's a different type. But you maybe can work your way around it a little bit. It's sad that we have to work our way around that. When they talk about merit, if they truly had a system based on merit, black people would be on top because we are the most educated. We are definitely some of the most hardworking. We're very innovative. We're trendy. We understand, you know, the social culture, which can generate and has generated billions upon billions of dollars.
Yep.
Right. So the only reason that we don't really run certain things is because of that sabotage. And when we go through this video tonight, a lot of you going like, oh yeah, I know exactly, what that is. I know exactly what you're talking about, right? So we definitely, gonna, go through that. Hope everybody's doing well. Hope everybody's doing well. You say, oh, it's your birthday. All right, well, happy birthday. Happy birthday to you, Miss Lisa Parker. I'll give you a hand clap.
Happy birthday, Lisa.
I hope it's going to be a great year for you. A year that you healthy and strong and better than ever, more wisdom and blessings. That's what we definitely wish on you for your birthday. Yes, that's why it's right, Keisha. That's why they don't want us to have reparations, because they understand if you give black people a bunch of money, not every black person gonna trick it off. Sure, some black people may go trick it off, so they may go smoke it up, drink it up. They may go trick it off at the strip club. They may go buy a bunch of clothes and shoes, but that's not. Listen, they're okay with that. If they thought every black person would just go trick off the money in one weekend, go buy cars, go buy this, if they really knew black people would do that, they would have no problem doing it because they're gonna get the money right back, right? And they can tell you, well, we paid your reparations, so we don't want to hear it no more. But the problem is people like myself who won't go trick it off.
Right.
People like myself, many of you, who won't go smoke it up.
Right.
Who won't go buy a bunch of shoes and clothes and just taking vacations. And who will say, you know what, I'm going to take this money and buy this land. I'm going to take this money and put it into my business so I can really grow my business, so I can really make a bag.
Right. 4 factors of production.
I got the money now. Now I'm going to start this business I've been wanting to start for years.
Right.
Now I got the money to start. Because you need money to get businesses off the ground. It's just bottom line. You need money. And that's the thing they try to keep away from people, like a lot of you, is keep the money away.
Right.
That's how they try to keep us in poverty as a collective of people. Is they try to keep us in poverty because they want us to not have anything. You have to understand, white supremacy cannot work without someone at the bottom. And if we're not at the bottom, and they know we're the only group that will go surpass them, they know that.
Yep.
They're not worried about the innovation of Asian people, Chinese people. They're not really worried about that, because those people just trying to make their money. They're not trying to do anything. They just want to make their money. That's it. They worry about the FBAs. The FBAs is like, wait a minute, we built this land.
Right.
And, our turn, we got to have a turn to run the yard. And that's what they don't want. They don't, because listen, if FBAs is running something without their interference, things go well. Have you noticed that?
Yep.
When they're not in the mix, and we make sure you get out those who have the mind of the folks out of our mix. Notice how well we do.
Yep.
You can look at our documented history in America.
Yep.
How well we have done economically when we just buy ourselves. I know we always talk about Black Wall Street. That's just one of the famous ones, right? Well, they told them go over there because you can't be over here. I said, okay, fine. Yep. They went over there, away from them.
You and crew.
And when they came back from World War I, they were upset. They was documented. They said, how is it that they living in mansions and we were living in shacks? Every time they destroyed our economic progress, it was because of jealousy, because they couldn't do what we do. Yep. So that's why they you notice they don't try. They try so hard to sabotage our progress.
Yep.
They don't want us to have anything. They don't. But we'll talk about that tonight. So let's go ahead on, because I didn't get a chance to do it yesterday because I was running behind. Let's go ahead on and start the week off right, and then we're gonna go ahead and get into this other video we need to review.
Y'all should be ashamed of y'all stuff. Y'all black. Y'all are black.
That's that hijacked all the money.
Y'all forget I am the leader. They want to hear from the mayor. If y'all ain't learned that yet, the mayor, not the trustees that don't do nothing, that only run their mouth.
And
y'all don't do no work, no work.
What is that?
Y'all should be ashamed of y'all stuff. Y'all black. Y'all are black. And y'all sitting up here beating and attacking on a black woman that's in power. Y'all should be ashamed of yourselves.
So this is what it's all about, guys. They don't want a black person in power. They don't want a woman in power. You don't even been singing that yet. And someone so young. Everybody gotta understand, God give you what you can handle. That's what God give you. He ain't gonna give you more than that. As long as you can stay the course, fight the fight, and keep going, that's what we're gonna do here at Thornton Township.
Clerk, what are you doing? You out of order. You out of order. Did I call the roll? Did I say call the roll? I'm still speaking. You're out of order, Clerk Key. You out of order, Clerk Key. Like, stop. Y'all out of order. Everybody want to run stuff. Y'all don't run this house over here. Stop, please.
So now you have to listen in order to learn. Remove her. That's what all the hate is all about. It's all about your Superman became too powerful too quick. So rare, so unique, and that's why everybody got the power. It's all about control. Now stand in the fight because I want the boys and girls of the next generation to see what it looks like to come out of controversy.
Sir, that's Chicago, man. They got certain traditions there, bro. After all, it was the home of Al Capone for many years.
All the controversy, all the drama, all the naysayers, all the haters. Camera around, so you can see them in the line. Whoop, there she go. Look, right there. Whoop, that part. But they'll tell you that. Then they get in the little hate group. But you in my line getting food. Your kids out here bouncing in the bouncy house. You on the skate rink. All that. To actually stand in the fire while doing it. And guess what? Doing good and looking good too.
I am history. I am the 21st century history. I am your Rosa Parks, your Harriet Tubmans. I am that person. Somebody has to say, never, never, ever give up.
Yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was your super mayor. So let's go ahead on and get started, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go ahead and get started. Let's discuss some things tonight. With this particular video, I want you to listen to what this gentleman has to say. We'll let it play in its entirety, and let's just go through what this gentleman has to say, admitting things that his particular community do to black people. And now this is really going to be related to any black person globally, not just FBAs. If you're black British, this applies to you. If you're a black South African, this definitely applies to you. Anywhere where black folks are living with the folks, this can apply to you, because what I have learned is that the culture that the folks have, it is a global culture. It's not relegated to certain countries. That's for sure. So let's go ahead on and cue this up and let's talk about it.
Throughout my professional life, I've observed 5 ways that white people alienate black people in the office. My name's Curious Ben. I'm your caucasity coach. Let me explain. I've seen this happen so many times, this sociopathic type of accident that allows white people to have the upper hand on information that they share with each other while not including their black co-workers. Number 2, they develop leadership teams that don't include any black people. If your leadership team doesn't include any black people, how are you truly going to represent?
Man, I've been doing that for the last 50 goddamn years. That ain't news to me.
Number 3, they create cliques that don't include any of their black co-workers, and then have the goddamn caucasity to say, why do all the black people eat together? Number 4, they hire and promote people that they're comfortable with, people with similar communication styles. And this means either white people or black people who are able to navigate whiteness without upsetting the white people's comfort. And number 5, they create such a toxic environment for black employees that black employees quit and move on. So white people, if you're really serious about creating workplaces that represent the communities you live in, you're going to have to tackle these 5 ways that you're currently alienating black people in the workplace. I hope this helps. Stay compassionate.
All right. So this particular video here that just kind of came up on my feed, it made me think about, a lot of times a coworker feel what why we don't move up in certain areas, right? Now, this video had a lot of music in the background originally, so I had to kind of try to get it removed. That's why it kind of is not moving as it should, but I'm just going to listen to it one more time. Let's just stop at each point, because he is definitely making a lot of good points. Of course, he's off code to his people, because, they don't like people like him being off code. Off code is telling the truth, telling what they really do to black folks. That's being off code for them. All right, so that's where we start and get into.
Throughout my professional life, I've observed 5 ways that white people alienate black people in the office. My name's Curious Ben. I'm your caucasity coach. Let me explain. I've seen this happen so many times, this sociopathic type of accident that allows white people to have the upper hand on information that they share with each other while not including their black co-workers. Number 2.
Okay, so he mentioned the first thing that they do is keep information away from you. Why do they do that? Well, let's go back to what they mentioned about merit, right? Merit says everybody has the same information, then you perform and see who's the best out of the bunch. They don't want to compete with you.
Nope.
A lot of them cannot compete with you. They know this. A lot of them don't have your education. A lot of them don't have your experience. A lot of them just don't have a whole lot of things, right? So to give them the upper hand, they have to share information among themselves, just like even in everyday life. They don't really tell you, you know, one thing the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said is they will never teach you the art of business or the art of war. He said that. They will never teach you that.
Yep.
Why? Because as long as they have the upper hand on the knowledge, then they will always be above you because they got the knowledge. They don't try to share anything with us. They don't try to tell you anything. No, like he said, they keep things among themselves. They huddle. How many times on the job?
Yep.
How many times have you seen it? How they huddle with each other, how they getting with each other. You come around and not talking, they just smiling. These weird smiles they'll make at you. You knew they were talking about something. When you come around, they getting all quiet all of a sudden. How many of y'all have seen that?
Me.
You try to go up on them. Oh, okay, yeah, I heard y'all talking. What's going on?
About 10 relatives I got.
They'll sit up here discussing all kind of strategies.
30 friends I got.
Got to get rid of you. You just never know. But this man is saying that's what they do with FBAs. But this is the crazy part. When we do that, when we get among ourselves, when we're talking on the job, and we acting just like them, they get nervous. Have you noticed that?
Yep.
We're talking, this is even not even about the job. It could be just about the weather. We could be talking about the snow.
Yep.
And they watching, they looking. They trying to interject themselves in our conversation. Right?
Yeah.
Because they want to colonize our spaces. You can't go into their space, but they want to colonize our space.
Yeah.
They don't want to know that, hey, that black guy, that black woman, they know something.
Yep.
And they not telling us. Or if you don't talk to them, they're gonna report you to HR.
Yep.
And you're not being a team player because you just don't want to talk to them. Not because you're not doing your job, not because any of that. You just don't want to. You just don't want to work. You know, you want to mind your business. You don't want no problems, no issues. You gonna do your job, but you're being reported to HR. All right. Now some of y'all know exactly. Yeah, you know when you are let's say introverted brothers and sisters, you're just not one to be talking to nobody. You're not talking to nobody. You're just chilling.
Yeah.
And that's the issues you have. Well, some people say, there's some people saying that you don't, you could be racist because you don't talk to white people. You're like, what?
That ain't racist.
I don't talk to black people either. What are you talking about?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't have to talk to you. I'm here to do my job. I don't have to talk to you.
Right.
Like, why are you being so freaking a weirdo?
Right.
That's why I tell black folk, the best thing you can do is sometimes you can get your own job, your own employment, your own business, if you can, if God bless you with that. Because it is, yes, you have more problems with a business. Oh, yes, you do. But I'd rather deal with those problems than go and deal with them. Lord,
yeah.
I do not want to deal with them, working for them.
Yeah, and you'll probably save about 25% stress factors on you too.
Yeah. Oh,
right.
Yeah, the Karens and the Karens and all that shit. That shit is stressful.
Don't include any black people. If your leadership team doesn't include any black people.
And on this platform, we're not advocating the hatred of white folks. Is that what we just simply is advocating for us to be self-sufficient, and that is not racist.
So the man say they develop leadership teams, and they don't include a single black person on it. because see, he's telling it, but he's not telling it all. The reason why they don't want you on any kind of leadership team is because, one, they don't want you to show them up. That's number one.
Mm-hmm.
Two, they don't really respect the leadership of a black person.
Nope.
Especially if they own the company. They don't really respect that. They don't want to listen to what a black man tell them to do. They don't want to listen to what a black woman tell them to do. And I would tell you, black women sometimes go through more hell than the black man can. Because one thing that Becca and Karen don't like is to have to report to a black woman. Oh, they don't like that. And especially that sister, like, keep them in line. That sister, hey, we got stuff to do. Ain't all that talking. We got this report to be done. This will be done, or whatever. Especially a sister like that. But she get results. She get the job done. Oh, they are hot. They are heated. It don't matter if you, let's say you're a charge nurse or something at the hospital, and you're a sister that hey, you run that shift. And them white nurses don't like a sister cracking that whip over their head, talking about hey, get up off that phone and hey, go check them patients out. We got patients over here. We got time to be on TikTok. Oh, they don't like that.
Mm-mm.
If it's a black person, the only kind of black person they want over them is Candace Owens.
Yep.
The only kind of black person to be over them is Jesse Lee Peterson.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
That's the only kind of black people that they want
Ben
over
Carson.
them. If you are a real brother,
Tim
if you're
Scott.
a real sister out here, they do not want you over them at all. They don't want you in no kind of leadership positions. They for sure don't want you in a position where you could hire or fire them.
Mm-hmm.
They don't want that. In their culture, they're raised in their culture, just from what I see, not to want black people in any kind of position. And when a black person is in a position, they're always trying to talk bad about them, undermine them.
Yep.
Prime example, South Africa. Oh, look how bad the country is. Oh, it's because the black people are in leadership.
The name of the
Oh,
country
look how
is
horrible this
Tanzania.
is. It's always about the black people.
Yeah, that's what the natives call it, Shabbat.
But yeah, they don't go nowhere. But they always complain about the black people. Every single time, it's complaints. You never hear them be happy when a black person is in any kind of leadership.
Never. Yep.
And that's things that you deal with on those jobs. So yeah, they don't want you in any kind of leadership.
You're right.
They don't. And if you are in that leadership, you literally got to fight tooth and nail every day to keep your job, because they're trying to figure out a way to get rid of you. And with all this stuff about DEI, all that talk, some of you gonna lose your job. I'm warning you ahead of time. Some of you gonna lose your job.
Well, that's why you make your own.
Be prepared for it.
Jobs.
Let's continue.
They create cliques that don't include any of their black coworkers, and then have the goddamn caucasity to say, "Why will the black people eat together?"
You can pay me, motherfucker.
Number 4.
I'm the one that say caucus.
All right. So the man say in his community they create cliques. And you know, in that clique, they didn't want you, they didn't invite you. And listen, the thing is, we're cool not being in your clique, though. We're cool. We don't want to be in your clique on the job.
We really don't.
We're not asking to be included. We're not asking to be hollering at you like that. But like he said, but when black folks are doing their own thing, they questioning it.
Mm-hmm.
Why the black people over here? Why the black people doing this? Or let's say if you have the person, let's say the cool white person, they just want to be with the black people. They don't even want to be with their own. Then that's going to start an issue. That's going to start even more issue when a white person want to be over there with the black people. And let's say that white person that has a black scent, that kind of white person. They take issue with that big time too.
The wiggers.
Because they're like, man, I don't want to be over there with them, because actually those are kind of dangerous, because they can kind of, go to and fro in between both worlds.
It's called
they
infiltration.
They can actually bring some information.
And I've noticed black business owners in my industry hire the white person in a high position to please them. Yeah, twin.
You know what I'm saying?
I've been through that bullshit too.
And, to all the, some of the folks say, well, I'm an ally. I say, well, listen, you're a true ally, but bring us back some information. That's how you show your allyship. We're not going to dime you out. Bring back some information.
Right.
Listen, folks, if you really want to create a real big time, I'm giving y'all some something.
Okay, freeze that there for 1 second, brother Chad, because I got to make this announcement.
Let me tell you how you get paid off of racism. So, folks, use your privilege while you still have it. Create a business where you.
Go ahead, Shabaki.
Okay, I recall memories from the civil rights movement where you had a lot of white folks, okay, with Dr. King, and I'm speaking of a young white woman from Detroit, Michigan, who died at the age of 26 by the name of Viola Luiso, okay, where she was transporting civil rights workers back and forth. Is because, as you know, when Dr. King did the Montgomery to Selma march, it was 50 miles that they had to walk, okay? So she came up dead, and I forgot the two brothers' names who were with her. Well, anyway, to make a long story short, they found their graves like about 6 months later, and they were buried in a construction project of a dam, okay? Now, don't get me wrong, because as you know, Brother Che, that you heard on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced on the podcast of how I was called every nigga that there was, every black ass racist motherfucker that there was, and all that shit right there. But we do recognize those who were probably fed up with their caucasity and looked at the damage that it was doing to them in the long run, is because there was one movie that I saw, I forgot the name of it, where one of the white actors said during the civil rights movement in the film, is he said, well, what the fuck we gonna do, okay, if these people finally realize that we ain't treating them the best way, and they get fucking angry, okay? Now, that there was a prelude to a man, a young man at the age of 24 years old in Oakland, California. His name was Dr. Huey Percy Newton. You see, and then you got to look at all these sellout motherfucking Negroes who are agents against us, is because the white culture society, particularly with the counterintelligence program, and hung these cases over their heads. Well, hey man, if you don't do this,
that goes back to the mandatory manumission, Shabaka, going all the way back to the 1600s.
Okay. See, so we got to look at that. You see what I mean? And then also, too, we got to look at how these goddamn algorithms is being programmed. You see that algorithm, you see, on social media and with these laptops and shit like that. You see what I'm saying? So a guy like Trump, although I'm not a fan of his, but I respect the old crazy racist ass bastard, is because he is telling you of how the fuck he honestly feels. You see?
Doing what he said he was going to do.
Hey, from the minute that motherfucker got inaugurated, man, that son of a bitch was at this desk signing them goddamn executive orders. And you saw what he did to Hyde and Biden and old Cop Mahler. He didn't even let them come back to the White House to fly the little helicopter to Air Force One to take them home. He told them motherfuckers, man, shake the goddamn spot here from the Capitol. That was the first. Straight told him, shake the goddamn spot now, motherfucker, and take your old senile ass man and you and your goddamn dope fiend son.
Yep. Sure did.
And bra sitting up there talking about she washing greens in the bathtub. Well, lady, you ain't ever got to worry about me asking you to fix me some goddamn greens. Hell no.
That's how you knew she wasn't of us, Shabaka.
Exactly. Shit, boy, you know, I got 3-4 generations in my family that passed on, you know, and when we do greens, they always in the sink there. You let them soak. You see what I'm saying? Then you put your little mustard sauce in there, or hot sauce, you know what I'm saying, or some liquid smoke in there, and things of that nature right there, you know. You see what I mean? See, just like when you saw the motion picture Soul Food. Does everybody remember the motion picture Soul Food?
Yes.
And you remember the little boy was telling the story? Well, the reason why we do this, you're here all together because of the family, because grandma was on her way out.
Yep.
And then it said that the black family ain't never the same when grandma passes on.
Nope.
Yes, it ain't. And it ain't.
They're definitely the glue that keeps us all together. I know my family ain't been the same since my grandma passed. So my grandma been dead.
Same thing here on both sides of my family. You see what I'm saying? Same thing here. You see what I mean? You know.
Yeah, it'll be 10
and then
years.
I had a family.
It'll be 10 years. September, Shabaka, September 25th. It'll be 10 years since my grandma passed. On my mom.
You can be the liaison for the black businesses.
Yes, sir.
Get the grants and get all the things.
Oops, sorry. All right, where you done?
No, and I just want to say right there is that all down through history of the power that the black woman has in the black family, whether she's grandma, whether she's mama, you see what I'm saying? She always commanded and got her respect. You see what I'm saying? Because how many times have you seen 6 feet jailbird motherfuckers, out there fucking up, but when grandma goes upside his head with his cane, he's got his goddamn mind right.
Yep. I've lost count how many times I've seen that type of stuff.
Yeah. I mean, quickly, within 10 seconds, he's got his motherfucking mind right.
Yep.
And grandma's telling that motherfucker, what we seem to have here is a failure to communicate.
Yep.
See?
Mm-hmm.
So it's very, very essential that you respect all the grandmamas. You know what I'm saying? See, because I've seen the biggest buffed-ass jailbird thugs knuckle down when grandma comes around.
Mm-hmm. Nobody mess with Big Mama. Nobody.
Exactly. See,
permits and all of that, and they pay you a fee, a small fee, and you're a liaison. You represent those companies, right? And you know why you're doing it. You're doing it because your people and they get down. So you want to bring those resources to these black businesses or whatever, black schools, whatever.
Yeah,
so you do that. You get
and I've noticed black business owners in my industry. I work with the white man. With the Mercedes-Benz life, kind will never succeed. Hey, Regal, go get fucked in your ass, man, and take that goddamn overpriced Mercedes-Benz, man, and drive that.
You say you don't like the black man.
Get your goddamn ass up out of here, Regal. You ain't got nothing positive to say.
I gotta find out where you from.
Oh shit! Fuck out of here.
Where did you grow up? Now, they grew up in a lily white area where they doing this black sin. I'm going to be looking at them all funny real quick. But if they grew up like in the black neighborhood and their parents was poor and I know this black neighborhood and other black people can vouch for them, well, that's the thing. They got to have co-signers. So you ask, who you know? Oh, I know this. And we grew up together. And then let's say you know the people or something like that. They say, hey, you know this person? And then if they say, oh, yeah, I know them, man. They grew up on my street and this and that and the third, and they straight or whatever. If they don't have a cosigner, then yes, you're right to be suspicious. You're right. Because I've seen people with the black scent, and that's been genuinely them. I'm not going to lie. It's been genuinely them. They're not faking that junk. It's literally them. They grew up around black folk. They don't even relate to their own. I've seen it. It's a few of them in my lifetime, but I've seen it.
Too, and I call them wiggers.
And that's just that. But yeah, I get what you're saying. If they just on their yo stuff, like where you from? You can't say you from some lily white community and talking about yo to me, and you never been around black folks until what? You start dating a black person, now you yo. Nah, because I know what you mean. The Michael Rappaports of the world, that people like him, the yo stuff, and then now you want to talk down on black folk. You know what I'm saying? Or the Fat Joes of the world, right?
With that bullshit.
I'm Latino, I'm down, or whatever, but then you gonna come out and say radical black racist. And speaking about Fat Joe, isn't this videos going around the internet with people in Chicago with booing Fat Joe? Is that boo real? I just want to know if it is or not. Y'all let me know from Chicago, because I was going to talk about it, but I didn't know if those boos are real or not, or maybe some dub or whatever. I didn't know, but somebody was at that concert in Chicago. Fat Joe was there. You can confirm that. That's what happened, and then we'll talk about it. All So what you said about, you say Tina Marie, you said, and that's it? Yeah. You know.
Fuck Tina Marie.
You say some Southern whites.
Like Tina Marie,
I've met them.
Hell no.
Like I said, it has to be genuine, though.
And
I can feel when it's genuine. And also I can
Okay.
feel when it's like you putting on, like, bro, you ain't got to put on for me, man. Don't do that. Don't do it. Because when it's not genuine, they do too much.
Yeah, like that.
I know y'all seen them when they just start doing too much.
Week,
like, calm down, man. Calm down. You're doing too much. All right, let's get to the next.
They hire and promote people that they're comfortable with, people with similar communication styles. And this means either white people or black people are able to navigate whiteness without upsetting the white people's comfort. And number 5.
All right, so what I mentioned earlier, they only either hire their own or they're going to hire Candace Owens. And he said that they have to be comfortable with that black person. They have to be comfortable. So they're comfortable with Candace. They're comfortable with Jesse Lee. They're comfortable with that type of black person, right? I don't want them comfortable with me.
Right.
If they're too comfortable with me, then I feel like I'm failing. I'm a failure because they're way too comfortable with me.
Right.
Why me? Now, I can honestly say they're not comfortable with me whatsoever. I'm nice to everybody. Don't get me wrong. You meet me, I'm a Southern black man. I was raised to speak to people, raised to be nice to people. I would not treat anyone wrong. Vic the Villain, shout out to you. You said that I was assistant manager at Walgreens after undergrad. He said I had a black scent clerk give me information, and a group of store managers wanted to terminate me. They say resign. They say for my CDL. See, there you go. There you go, right there. The black scent ones, because they can go navigate that white world and they can bring you intel. That's what I would tell them. If you gonna come around me, I need some intel.
That's it.
That's how you show you down. Bring me the intel what they talk about. I want you to go over there, ear hustle,
around me with that
talk with them, and then come give us the game. Let us know who our enemies are, because they'll smile in your face and act like they're so nice to you, but they trying to backstab you the whole time. They're trying to get you fired.
Yep.
Bring me that information. That's what I need. If you a white person at the bank, and you say you down, but pull the black customer to the side and say, look, this is how you gonna get approved on this loan. Do X, Y, and Z. If you're a down white person in the mortgage department, tell that black person, look, do this. It's gonna get you approved. The way you're doing it right now, it's not gonna work. I'm just telling you. Like, put people. If you truly you say you down, because when you do these type of videos, say I ain't like that. Okay, well you're not like that. What's the information?
Right.
And if you're not like that, I'm not saying you are, then go in the courtroom when it's jury duty. Go in there. You see a black person, and of course, if the person didn't do nothing heinous, of course, we don't want nobody on the street done nothing heinous. But if you know that case is BS and you hear it's BS, you be the juror to stand up and say, "Hey, I'm not voting guilty." No, I see I see this case is BS and they railroading that man.
Yep.
No, I'm not going to do that. And you may have pressure from your community. Oh, just say guilty so we can go home. Like, no, that's not right. We got enough people mass incarcerated.
Yeah, they never want to have this kind of conversation.
Exactly,
be that person. Be the person that hang a jury, because you're trying to do what's right. Think about yourself, because you should not. Because then they say, oh, why should I have to suffer for my ancestors? You don't have to suffer for your ancestors. All you got to do is do the right thing in your lifetime. That's it. But if you join your ancestors, you join with a system that harms black people, not for what they actually done or crimes or anything bad, but just for the simple color of their skin. If you join in that system, if you agree with that system, then you're just as guilty as your ancestors. If you are angry about, why should you get reparations, you're just as guilty as your ancestors. Because your ancestors didn't want us off the plantation field either. Your ancestors didn't want us off of Jim Crow. And I know some of you would say, well, I had nothing to do with that. I'm an immigrant. My family came from Norway in the 1920s and 1940s.
Still benefited from racist white supremacy.
System, you went along with it. You was cool with separate but equal. You was cool with Jim Crow because you didn't say nothing about it. So you're just as guilty as all the people who did wrong.
Yep.
In the eyes of God, if you join into the system that oppress a group of people, you're just as guilty as the group of people who did it.
Yep.
As a matter of fact, you're worse because you know that system, you know what it was created for, and yet you say, you know what? For my comfort, I will go along with a system of oppression on another group of people. But as you saw last night, their system is starting to turn back on them. And FBAs not having no sympathy for the tears because you didn't have no sympathy for our tears when we told you what we were dealing with, right? Now, Unicorn Tribe says they support each other with money. It says support black media, join and support like I do. We need our own media to tell the truth. Yes, we do. And this is why we created the African Diaspora News Channel, because reality speaking, these social media platforms, as you clearly saw with TikTok, you know, if they don't like certain things, that it can go away. It can. Now they say, well, TikTok this and that and the third. I say, okay, but this is the difference with us versus TikTok. One, we doing things for our community. Two, if I even knew something was halfway coming to that, you better believe we already have a workaround for it. You ain't got to pass the law on me. All I have to do is just halfway get a hint of what you're doing. I just get a scent of what you're doing, and I'm already moving around because we're targeting the diaspora. You know what I'm saying? And so with that being said, you still have to own. Because listen, if you really want to be on TikTok, if they were to ban it, you can. You just have to have some workarounds, right? And speaking about TikTok, so y'all know what's going on right now on TikTok? You can't download TikTok in the App Store. So if you deleted TikTok off your phone when it went down, you can't get it back on your phone. So they got people on eBay right now selling their iPhones for 10 grand, and I seen a person buy it because it had TikTok on that phone. Y'all know that?
For 10 racks.
Y'all know that now.
Yeah.
Also, I seen a TikTok shop. They had certain phones with preloaded TikTok on it. I think from China or whatever. You know, Chinese, they got to get their bag, right? But yeah. Because I tried to, because they had an update for TikTok, and I didn't update the other day. And so I said, okay, well, I'm gonna try to update it. And they said it is not available in the App Store. So I'm like, wow. So they put
that's why
TikTok
you gotta be careful with
on,
them goddamn apps.
right? They say for the, for the 90 days or whatever. But for some reason, it's not available in the App Store. Unless they changed it since I saw it today. So yeah. You say you're gonna sell your phone? Yeah. That's the deal with that. I don't know if that person erased their phone or whatever the case may be. They're not even selling. I don't know. I don't know. But anyway, enough about TikTok. You say you can't download it on your iPad either? Yeah, because speaking about TikTok, let me see. Do I even have TikTok on my iPad? Let me see if I do or not. Now y'all got me checking if I got it on my iPad. Hold on. I don't know if I do or not. Oh, yes, I do. Yes. I got a TikTok on my iPad, so I'm cool. But see, I knew something was gonna be up. That's why I didn't delete the app. I was ain't about to delete this app. Like, something gonna go down, and sure enough, it did. Right. So there you go.
I had to delete it.
All right. So let's get to the last one. This man's talking about.
They create such a toxic environment for Black employees that Black employees.
I had one briefly, and they wouldn't let me get into it. That was over 2 years
if you're
ago.
really serious.
All right. So he says the last thing they do is they create such a toxic environment for Black people.
I was in the building, Jay Miller.
That you quit.
Hey, Jay Militant. Hey, man, I was up there when you was on YouTube last night,
with
man.
the folks on the job.
Yeah, we did not.
How many of y'all
fucked with?
You know,
it's not.
You put your hand up because I'm pretty sure if you're Black, you've been through the toxicity on the job with the folks. You understand?
Tell me about it.
I know a lot of you have. I have, and you know, whether it's the women or the men.
Oh, what was he doing? Was he going in on them trolls?
I'm gonna tell you something else.
Yeah, he was going in on the trolls.
You should not do.
Yeah, he said we ain't
anybody
gonna be
with them
fucked
either.
with.
This is what they'll do. They'll come to you.
And it looked like he was like one of two, Jay Militant.
The supervisor's name is John. Man, John, he always putting the extra work on us.
Want to know if you know what's going on?
He be doing this sort of thing, and
okay, in regard to what, Jay Militant, enlighten me, brother.
Talking with the person.
What he was talking about on the live.
They agreeing with you and all of that. And they talking back and forth.
But I caught it, toward like about your last 15 minutes, though.
Then after that conversation, a couple of days later, you see John. Not John being short with you all.
Our boy and me and Lady Tay had to do
something with him.
Because he tried to throw
and then you notice that he's got this little attitude with you. And like, he would talk to you here and there, but now he ain't talking to you at all. And then now he's just trying to find any little thing. Hopefully he could try to write you up for something or whatever.
Or
and you just knows that this dude's trying to get you. You're like,
that
what's wrong with him? right? Well, let me tell you what's wrong with him.
They used to see cool
So,
with Jay Miller.
After that conversation you
And
had,
for whatever reason, they ended up
he went to John,
turning
he said,
on
"Hey,
him.
John."
And they got
So they came out their bag on him.
He said that you put too much work on him, and he don't know what's wrong with you sometime. And
yeah, they didn't enemy.
He's not gonna try to be.
Oh, calling him the NGR term.
I don't know why he said that. You know, I was
FBAs and black community. Oh hell no, you did right, Jay.
You know, and
yeah,
no, I don't know. That's how it is sometimes. You know, some of them.
Yeah,
you know how
he
that
did
goes,
right.
like that. But yet he's not telling what he said. He's not saying a word of what he said, but he'll go tell what you said. You understand? Been there, done that. Been there, done that. I know from experience, and I know from the hard way. Okay, dealing with that. So when they come to you talking about a supervisor, anybody, I don't care if it's another coworker. Be like, oh, what you think about? Man, I listen. They not here to defend themselves, so I don't want to get into that conversation. But you got whatever you saying about that person, you go talk to them. Right. I'm not. They not here to defend themselves. Oh, this is what you do. This is how you really bust them out. They'll leave you alone. So let's say, let's mention John. Oh yeah, John. Oh, hold on. Hey, John. Hey, you come here for a minute. Oh, what's going on? He was talking to me about you, so I just wanted you to be here because, you know, I don't know what he's about to say, and maybe you could, you know, chime in on what the conversation is, and just do that, and put him on the spot.
Yeah.
Once you put him on the spot, if it's another coworker, they're talking crap. Say, hey, come over here. Well, what you were saying? Let's say, because I want them to be able to hear what you're saying, because I don't want them to say it about me. So come over here. Once they realize you're the kind of person that's gonna put them on Front Street, they leave you alone. They leave you right alone.
Okay, I'll do that.
Okay, Jesse sent. Okay, all right. I'll be looking for it, Jay Miller.
And I'm gonna tell you something else. My grandfather always said.
And I'm gonna try to get that back to the Bay, man. You know, probably in the middle of the spring, man. It's too daggone cold up there, man. I gotta wait for all that water and the mudslides to happen first, man, so I could have a safe trip up there.
It looked like it's starting to get some rain now. Is it raining out there?
He said, hold on.
Not yet. I got, Jay probably is getting hit with the rain because he's in NorCal, and I got a forecast right here saying partly cloudy.
It gives you the playbook.
So it may come this way as well, too.
Policies liberal and Democrats use to hold us back. If you're black, the light will turn on.
Yeah, he said it's raining.
Okay, it's raining there? Yeah, that's about right this time of the year for Frisco.
Yeah, that could be correct.
And it's cloudy out here, Jay.
Because he don't call out racism and white supremacy completely.
It looked like
you can't just call out the Democrats. It's not Democrats. It's not even Republicans.
Okay, in the northern desert.
It is anti-black racism.
The northern what?
Because Trump is in there now.
In the southern
don't mean
desert.
We're not going to call out policies they may
come out with. Then that means we got some rain coming this way because it is overcast and I'm feeling the temperature drop.
We already know what that is.
Yeah.
We know that's because they don't want black folks in certain positions. We know that.
4, 5
we know exactly what it is.
We already had.
Man, y'all ain't never got to worry about me coming to see you all in the snow again, man. I see y'all in May.
You was warned the months not to come. You decided to come.
Don't be smiling in my face.
Snowiest month of the year.
Because prime example.
Damn, and I thought spring started in March.
Yeah,
that's our.
Or be like Biden smiling in your face.
Yeah, you can see all 4 seasons on all 4 corners in Denver, Colorado.
Where's my black Democrat shields at? Why didn't he pardon Marilyn Mosby?
Wait, 15.
Because they surely asked him to pardon Marilyn Mosby, and Biden didn't pardon her.
It will change.
Did he?
No, he didn't.
Oh, yeah, that's right. He didn't pardon her.
He did all that.
See, that's what I'm talking about.
He was doing all that.
Yeah, and that woman put her whole career on the line.
He just going to play games in y'all face a little bit better.
Yep.
He pardoned his whole family, pardoned Dr. Fauci, he pardoned his son. He pardoned everybody.
Except
to make sure nothing happened to his family. But all those black people that sit up here and talk about how great Biden it was and all of that,
black person
yet he couldn't pardon Marilyn Mosby.
One.
He couldn't let Asaka Shakur, even at her age, off the FBI most
that
wanted
part.
list.
Now that part right there is what he's saying right there.
Of course, Obama didn't do it either,
Brother Che.
Not just Biden.
About the Queen Mother. The Queen Mother is 77 years old. No, she's soon to be 78 this year.
I understand.
Yeah. Leave Asada alone.
It's not Democrat. It's not Republican. It's anti-black racism, white supremacy. That's what it is. And if you arguing Democrat and Republican, you're gonna be lost. Yeah. Now, when I argue Democrat, it's because of the way we vote.
Yeah.
And it's ridiculous. Now, more and more black people are waking up to it. Every day they're waking up to it. They're seeing how we were so misled.
Yep.
Right? And because we were so misled with that particular party, now we're getting in a position we can do for ourselves. Now we're in a position that we're delineating, we're getting things done.
Yeah,
I'm doing this tomorrow.
That motherfucker.
Yeah, they already pardoned the motherfuckers that killed Breonna Taylor down there in Kentucky.
Already
they did
running the yard and raiding. Oh, ICE is raiding everywhere now.
He pardoned Hank.
But I saw some videos of black folk.
And he pardoned.
Y'all sit up here. Man, I saw ICE over here. And man, I saw ICE over there. Like, why are you snitching on ICE?
You heard.
Stay out of ICE business.
No, he ain't done it yet.
They ain't got nothing. Let me tell you something.
That dumb shit.
If it was us and any kind of law enforcement was coming after us, nobody would be telling, hey, black people, the feds, they over here. Man, you better move around. They wouldn't be telling you nothing.
Nothing.
Matter of fact, they'd be telling the feds,
yeah, they go.
Jamal over there.
Mm-hmm.
So they can get your job, your house, and everything else, your car, and everything else. Stop getting on the internet telling people where ICE at.
Mm.
I'm talking about the FBAs. Shut your mouth.
Mm.
We got a whole lot of things we could be talking about. Leave ICE alone. If ICE not bothering you, don't bother ICE.
Right.
Seen a black woman on TikTok today talking about, yeah, I knew they were ICE because I asked them. They was undercover and all of that, and they were like, yeah, you know, we got a job to do or whatever, but he didn't want to talk to me. I knew that's what they were. I'm like, why are you talking? Stay in FBA business. Let's talk about reparations. Let's talk about the anti-black hate crime bill. Let's talk about fixing our community. We have a whole lot of issues we need to be fixing.
Right.
Stop getting on TikTok talking about ICE.
Exactly.
Warning people where ICE is.
Shabaka, we
not our business.
One, last week.
Some of y'all were talking about y'all wanted to see the mass deportation or let ICE do what they do. You don't go snitching where ICE at. But the mass deportation. And then also, I gotta talk about this tomorrow. Then you got other black folks getting on the internet talking about birthright citizenship. That's dangerous. That means if Trump can get that pulled off, he'll ship us out. Where will we go?
Yeah, Trump said he's on a revenge tour.
But where the hell? Where the hell
would
you gonna
Trump
ship us to?
Me out to?
Where are we getting shipped to?
None of the places that my ancestors came from is not existent anymore. So where would you ship? Where would you ship me to? I'm trying to figure that out. Where?
We're the non-deportables. You can't deport us.
I'm just asking.
This is what they wanted, but they do need to focus on. We do need to focus on us, cause
man, that's not FBA's problem.
You got some of these people here. Some shit dealing with Trump. Yeah, you're right, Jay.
No, they're not.
Are
how you gonna ship 40 or 45 million people back to the African continent? How?
I think we
well, see, Uncle Phil, what they're gonna do is they're gonna take our people and ship us out here to this goddamn desert in Death Valley. Connect the dots.
The moral of the story is
it's gonna be hard for them to remove the amount of migrants that came in here.
Ship us outside
You're
of this
invited.
country.
On a good day, they'd be lucky to get $1 million out a year. They'd be lucky to get
foundation of this country. Hence why we are.
They'd have to have another administration behind Trump.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see how they're going to do it, Brother Che.
That'll be the only way they can do it.
They're not going to do it. I think we are jumping to conclusions.
Yeah, birthright citizenship don't apply to us. Yeah. It's like, and we are. Didn't I tell y'all they was going to try that mess? They're trying so hard to wrap FBAs into the mix. We have nothing to do with anything. Leave us alone.
Right.
We have nothing to do with anything. That's not our issue. That's not our problem. Nothing. Leave us alone. We got nothing to do with it. But yeah, we're gonna talk about mass deportations tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh yeah, they're going down.
Yeah, that it ain't no fearmongering don't work over here.
Right. That
it don't work.
Shit don't work here.
It do not work. And don't let it work on y'all, because of course that's the Democrats. Oh yeah, it's gonna, be ready for Yvette Clarke with the Congressional Black Caucus, because she's a Jamaican immigrant. Be ready for her to come out talking about, oh, the mass deportations that's affecting black people. Get ready, and I'm waiting for Yvette to start talking that. Oh, I'm ready, Yvette. Please start talking that, please, because you will be the one I'll probably be talking about every night if you keep that up. Just like I talk about your girl Kamala, I'll be on her.
Man, damn Kamala, she's through, man. That bitch got 5 pensions she's picking up. She don't give a fuck about what anybody's saying about her ass.
They don't ever fight for black people.
That bitch got 5 pens she's getting ready to pick up.
Yeah, they found her ass shopping with Doug at the grocery store.
Was she getting greens?
They lost one of their houses out there, Shabaka.
Great news. Great news. Great news.
I think it was a Palisades fire. That shit. It was one of the many homes that were destroyed. Some big name celebrities that are black lost their homes. As well as white, brown, yellow, red, whatever the fuck. Whoever had property up there, they lost their shit. So.
And then, of course, too, Brother Chad, I'm going to be researching the story about what the insurance companies is out there not doing.
Well, they pulled out like 3 months beforehand, so.
Yeah. See, now that's making me think on that shit there with them doing that, man. They might have had some motherfucker go up there and set that shit just for that reason. So they ain't got to pay. You see what I mean? Insurance companies, man, got more money, man, than major banks.
Yeah.
And they look for, and then when a policy is filed, they look for every fucking way not to pay you.
Every way. All right, so I think the next topic is Bad Salami. Remember him?
Oh yeah. Yeah, old Vivek Ramaswamy talking about we don't deserve reparations, and motherfucker, you the goddamn Brahma class. Y'all ass ain't got.
Oh no! I jumped ahead, y'all. So our current commander in chief, the dump, as in human shit. And we want to
make that perfectly clear, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. And remember that he is not a crook.
Excuse me. He pardoned January 6th.
Oh, yeah. Glad you brought that up. Yeah.
A terrorist, and Elon Musk, the musty man, and he is not an African. He is a Boer. Gives the Nazi salute. And then you see how the media try to downplay. Oh, that's not a Nazi salute.
That's exactly what it was. It was duplicated right after Hitler. And keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, that Hitler in 1936, when Berlin, Germany hosted the Olympic Games and Jesse Owens won his 4 gold medals in track, Hitler left the goddamn stadium.
Yep, he did.
Family and fellow soldier.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, but they trying to tell us how, like they did with 9/11.
Yeah.
And more recently in 2020.
Yeah.
That our blind eyes didn't see what we seen.
Exactly. And I never forget 9/11. I'm up there having me a cup of coffee. It might be a few that might get mixed in just to find out they from here. Okay, Jay Military. Yeah, please specify on that. But I never forget 9/11. I went to go get me a cup of coffee, and a motherfucker who was drunk, looking like he was continued what he started the night before. Hey, G, them cowards ain't there ain't no more. And I'm like, yeah, right, motherfucker. And I'm sipping my coffee. And I look at that, man, damn towers came down. You see, OG, I tell you, man, can you help me get Shorty out of jail? Man, fuck you and Shorty, but I give you your props, man, because you was right. I didn't believe it, you know. You know what I mean by getting Shorty out of jail, don't you?
That's a real old school term. Enlighten us about.
Yes, a Shorty getting out of jail is a motherfucker drunk, standing in front of a liquor store trying to get him a short dog. You know what I'm saying? Okay, so he need the money to go get Shorty out of jail so he can continue getting drunk. Man, fuck you. Go wash your ass. Get that shit off your brain, you know. It might be a few that might. Okay, I didn't see Jay Militan's last comment. It might be a few that might get mixed in just to find out they from here.
Yeah.
All right. Well, what we're doing is my family's in the process, man, of doing the DNA, you know.
Well, Shabaka,
and
I've seen recently videos debunking all of that stuff there.
About Skip Gates and this DNA shit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, I think we did a show on that.
Mm-hmm.
You know. See.
Yeah,
what I've done, brother Chad, my travels when
developments on that.
Yeah, and then what I've done, huh?
I have some interesting developments on that I was going to wait until tomorrow to share.
Oh, all right.
So moving along, we got the dump partners, the J6. So Professor Black Truth is going to give us the update on that.
Right, and that's no surprise. We knew he was going to do that.
I'm the Professor, and this is the moment of truth. Talk about sore losers. As angry and sullen as the white right's acting right now, you'd almost think they lost the election. But that's just how those miscreants are. Angry about Teletubbies, angry about history books, angry about shockers, black people being in movies and TV shows, offended that the sun was shining today. However, Elon Musk, aka Phony Stark, was giving Nazi salutes and they didn't have a problem with that. This apartheid reject is showing everyone that all the federal subsidy money that he got for Tesla and SpaceX is getting put to great use. Now, what Democrats are going to sponsor legislation to prevent him from getting more billions of dollars courtesy of the U.S. taxpayers? I'll wait on that one. I would love to say that these white right-wing nuts are in rare form, but truth be told, for them, this is literally another Tuesday. They're a little bit more loud and obnoxious than usual, but truth be told, it's kind of hard to notice because they're always loud and obnoxious. That's just the white right for you, offended by everything, but ashamed of nothing, and not surprisingly, also contributing nothing because they are nothing. When does it finally become okay to say that these people are reprobates? They suffer from a mass mental disorder and need to all be in a rubber room hooked up to a ketamine drip? Under a system of justice, that's what would happen. But of course, we don't live under a system of justice, and that's why these things occur. That's why these degenerates exist, because this country creates them. In case you hadn't heard, Donald Trump has kept one of the most controversial campaign promises that he made, to pardon the January 6th insurrectionists en masse, including 2 terrorist leaders convicted of sedition, Enrique Tarrio, former leader of the Proud Boys, and Stuart Rose, former leader of the Oath Keepers, both of whom are Latinos, by the way. They got Trump's pardon all right, and they didn't have to beg for it either. And he didn't wait until the last 5 minutes of his term when he had one foot out the White House door already before he did it. He did it practically within the first 24 hours he was back in office. And he signed a slew of executive orders in relation to the border. Now compare that, on the other hand, to Obama, who made signing some feminist nothing burger his first move as president. Naturally, you have the people vying for fake sympathy on that border issue, saying that the folks who are going to be deported are responsible for picking crops and cleaning hotels. Maybe, but they and a number of their legal relatives are also responsible for attacking black children in schools and carrying out countless acts of racial violence against black Americans. Let's not forget about that one, too. Now, is any of the stuff that Trump is signing for executive orders and such going to withstand legal scrutiny? Well, consider that his supermajority on the Supreme Court still stands. So there's little threat of his initiatives being struck down, at least not in totality. Well, what about the chances of the Supreme Court's composition changing? If it does, in the next 4 years, it's not going to be in favor of the Democrats. Uncle Clarence Thomas and Sam Alito now have the ability to resign, probably Roberts too, with the reassurance that Trump is going to be able to find some other younger Federalist Society stooges to replace them, which means that the white right will be able to use the Supreme Court to rubber stamp their schemes regardless of how many state legislatures or even national legislatures that they lose for at least the next 15 years or so, even if Roberts resigns during a Democratic administration. That's how many seats that the white right holds on the Supreme Court right now. We can all agree that Donald Trump's going above and beyond for the scum of the earth. He kept promises that he made to the most worthless people in the society, the bottom feeders, the non-producers, people who only destroy and don't create, people who this country has always catered to, pampered and coddled. This nation creates and mollycoddles sociopaths. That's who and what the dominant society are, functioning sociopaths. Yep. And Trump is doing everything he can to reward and produce for and keep promises that he made to human garbage. Meanwhile, Joe Biden lied through his teeth and broke every single phony promise that he made to the people who built this country. And that's the real sin here. Of course, Donald Trump is giving criminals pardons. He's a criminal himself. He has been his entire life. And frankly, he's going to need all the support he can get. Democrats have used lawfare to attack the orange man since the moment he left office. And now he's using that same law to retaliate in every way he can. And since the GOP and the white right's entire MO these days is just do whatever over-the-top outrageous thing they think will antagonize their political opponents, this kind of behavior is going to feed on itself. Trump's willing to go overboard for his pathetic supporters, and you notice that you don't see any of the Republicans castigating him for that. You don't see any of them going on television and saying, well, you know what, we got some people at the far extremes on our side of the aisle, and we can't be catering these guys. What will the people out in suburbia think? That's not what they're saying. They're not saying, hey, what about tough on crime? We don't want those white female suburban voters to think that we're soft on crime, right? We want them to feel safe with us in charge. They're not saying anything about this at all. Their concern is making sure they reward, or at least appear to be rewarding, their base. And base is the perfect word to describe them. On a side note, the same walking filth from the white right who are celebrating seeing their inbred relatives getting pardons were the same ones who whined that police ought to resign as a group or otherwise refuse to go on duty during the Obama administration and during the 2020 uprisings, which were caused by police criminality. Well, on January 6th, you had for once an incident involving the police that miraculously wasn't their fault, though there were plenty of retired and even active duty police who were actually part of the mob that overran the Capitol. And yet, I haven't seen any of the white right or the false news crowd saying that the Capitol Police should refuse to go on duty after Trump pardons all these criminals who attack them. Gee, I wonder why. Whatever happened to back the badge and support the police, and they do a dangerous job every day, and nobody can second guess them. They have split seconds to make a decision.
Man, they chose to do that goddamn
when a white
job.
cop murders
Shit.
a black person. Got it. Guess that's why they've been attacking the country's national police agency,
They know
the
what they
FBI,
signed
and not
up
seeing
for.
the irony in that one either. And this war of pardons that's going on right now, it shows what a complete fraud the alleged decency and morality of America is, especially its political class. This country was founded by slave owners, rapists, and criminals.
Yep.
When you see those paintings of Washington, Jefferson, and the rest of that plantation posse standing together, those are not men of vision, valor, and character. Those are just a group of gangsters fighting over a cut of the meat. And that's what you got today. Putrid as it is, Trump is doing what a winning candidate is supposed to do. He's producing the results that he promised for the people who elected him. At least where the January 6th insurrection was concerned, in some minor cases, there was actually the threat that the law was going to be equally applied to people from the dominant society. So what's going on now is they're demanding reassurances that the racial immunity from law they've enjoyed for 500 years is going to be reinforced. That's what these pardons represent to them. Democrats have spent the last 50 years refusing to do anything for black people on that front, and that's why the orange man is back in office. Biden made one of his final moves in office to give a pardon to Marcus Garvey, who's been dead since forever. He didn't dare pardon any black people that would have offended white society, but black voters were not and are not fooled at all. The Democrats played a game of political chicken with black voters, and they lost. But this is not going to get them to change. Make no mistake on that. I've told you not to look for any changes from these people. Democrats are on a political suicide mission. They would rather become a permanent political minority or just go the way of the Whigs and the Bull Moose Party before they do right by black voters. Remember, both political parties ultimately work for the same white puppet masters, and as a result, They don't see each other as the enemy. They see foundational Black Americans as the enemy. We are the #1 threat to democracy, which has never existed in this country for a single moment.
Right.
Because this entire racialist pyramid scheme masquerading as a country is based on oppressing us. And we are the only ones threatening this system.
Yep.
Now, to be sure, Trump's not going to do anything for his base that affects the economic interest of the Miriam Adelsons and other wealthy donors who bankrolled his campaign. Those people are his real constituency, by the way. But Trump understands that things like this mass pardon for these white identity extremists and an executive order regarding birthright citizenship, especially to do so within his first 24 hours in office, this is exactly the kind of thing his supporters will remember. And that's what really matters. What are they actually going to remember? It doesn't cost Trump 1 penny, and it doesn't change the economic status quo 1 bit. So it's a safe move to make. And it's the kind of big, noisy thing that he can milk for years to come. He can get a lot of mileage out of these maneuvers because of how outrageous they are. Is it substantive? Actually, yeah, because those MAGA terrorists had their racial immunity temporarily inconvenienced for a little while there. They were counting on white privilege to keep them all out of prison. No, literally, that's what they said. Remember Jennifer Ryan? She was a Texas-based realtor who was also one of the insurrectionists who took part in the January 6th storming of the Capitol. There were people online who figured out who she was and started sending her messages telling her she was going to prison. And how did she reply? Quote, sorry, I have blonde hair, white skin, a great job, a great future, and I'm not going to jail. She was counting on her race to give her immunity from law, and she was right. According to the white media, the prosecutors allegedly sought incarceration for her, and the judge did exactly that the way that the Biden DOJ wanted it. You know their track record. Gave her a measly 2 months. That's it. This unprecedented act of sedition and insurrection. And the judge is looking and going, well, hell, we can't give her too much time. I mean, after all, she's got white skin, blonde hair, good future ahead of her. We have to protect this woman at all costs, don't you know? So you see, the kind of legal racial immunity that the Brock Turners and the Drew Clintons and the Ethan Couches enjoy is also there for insurrectionist females as well. So it turns out that she was right after all. But remember, the beneficiaries of white privilege are excruciatingly aware that white supremacy is a house of cards. It's a fraud that does not stand on solid ground. So when things like the January 6th prosecutions occur, they get terrified. That's one of the promises that white supremacy made to its beneficiaries. The law would never be allowed to touch you. The laws were written to punish Black people, not the dominant society. The beneficiaries of white supremacy require daily reassurances that their house of cards isn't about to fall, at least not today. That's what the constant attacks on Black people are meant to do. And it's also why they cannot allow any of these race terrorists to be punished for their crimes. As Malcolm X explained so long ago, under white supremacy, white is supposed to be synonymous with free, which means that no one infringes on their ability to do anything. And that also includes breaking the law. So even though these few hundred terrorists who got jail time only did a few months, the reality is that for them, even that was too much. Most of the people Trump has pardoned were no longer in prison anyway. This was actually about allowing them to lie and claim that they hadn't committed any crimes. See, the orange man wiped my slate clean. They wanted reassurances that racial immunity from law was being propped back up again because for every terrorist who was still behind bars and every one of those creeps who, if nothing else, had to at least have this on their records, as far as they were concerned, this was an L. And the white supremacists don't take L's very well. For once, the apoplectic reaction from the white left media happens to be justified. Though I'll say this, if there are some would-be skeptics out there who say that this isn't really something substantive, it's more flash than anything else, well, even that's still something because it makes the maggots feel good. And in the world of politics, where perception is reality, that's just as good. Now, let's understand something. This is terrible, truly, but it's also something the Democrats knew would happen. They've been predicting this for 4 years, and yet their belligerence and refusal to upset the racial structure was more important to them than making sure that these terrorists who tried to attack them on January 6th didn't get to leave prison early or to have their slates wiped clean. See, the white right wants people in charge who are unapologetically racist. So Democratic voters need to get it through their heads that they cannot get around having candidates who are unapologetically for justice. They won't be able to get the critical mass that they need of voters in order to put Democrats in charge if they try to get around that pig simple reality. Putting former Vice President Credit Card and Senator Empty Pants suit in the White House did nothing more than to give them a one-term wonder. So while I'm not pleased with what the orange man is doing, the reality is Democrats allowed this to happen. They allowed him to do this. They had a choice. They were completely in charge of their own destiny. They had to decide what was important to them, producing for their constituency or seeing themselves run out of power and seeing their worst enemy triumph over them. The Joe Bidens and the nigga Jim Clyburns and the Nancy Pelosi's chose the latter. And look what's happened. And yet, even now, the so-called younger Democrats are not saying a peep to demand a changing of the guard, because the entire reason the Democratic Party defies and insults their own voters is because their actual constituency are not the voters at all. It's their big money donors. The big money donors who keep choosing these old decrepit fossils because old people are easily led around by the nose, especially if you wave a few bills under that nose. These Democrats and their children, siblings, and in-laws are employed by or otherwise getting money from these same wealthy donors and corporations.
Yep.
Yes, the black grassroots didn't save the Democrats, but understand something. Even the hand of God can't save someone who refuses to save themselves.
Right.
So now the deplorables are back. Not that they went anywhere, but this is what the Democrats did. They kept saying that everything their constituents demanded was bad and unfeasible. And these people, you're all a bunch of extremists. This doesn't win elections. This while they were winning elections, by the way. So this is what occurred. The Democratic base stopped making demands, and they also stopped voting too. Democrats spent more time attacking their own voters and using a bunch of BS-laden PR speech and trying to see if they could BS their way past the voters with an avalanche of word salad, and it didn't work. And then they got their proxies in the white media to attack the base and tell everyone, hey, these Democrats, they need to rein in their far left extremists if they want to win elections. This is what they've been doing since the 2020 election, when Democrats actually ran the boards and made a clean sweep. They captured the presidency, the House, and the Senate. But they were griping and attacking the base as if they had lost. That's because, sure, the Democrats won, but they won the wrong way. It was done in a way where the base actually had influence and their demands had to be heard, not obeyed, not listened to, but at least heard. And as far as they were concerned, that's too much. These people starting to get a little bit too mouthy. We got to browbeat them back into subservience and silence.
Damn thing for
you
your
people can't make any demands. Stop sloganizing. Stop sloganizing. Now, if Trump says he doesn't want to do anything for black people, and the Democrats say they're not going to do anything for black people, then what the hell are black people voting for? You see, this is a recipe for how you demoralize your voter base. When you go into a voting booth to vote for a candidate, there's no option to vote against any of them. And you have to either vote for one or vote for the other. So whichever candidate can get the most people to vote for them wins. Democrats thought that they could hide their heads in the sand and that they could live in la-la land, and hopefully there would be enough residual outrage from Trump's prior administration that nobody would dare vote for him, and the people who felt compelled to turn out in 2020 would feel compelled to do it one more time. They gambled big and they lost. But then again, they were gambling against the voters, not so much against Trump. Now, people complained about how the black grassroots, or the handful of people who abstained from voting over Gaza, which was not very many at all, how these people were going to hand the presidency back to Trump. But the reality is Democrats had to choose whether the alleged fate of democracy in America was more important than defying their base. And they made their choice. Their choice was they'd rather have the orange man back in office and see all these terrorists released, and they hope that in 4 years, you are going to do exactly what black folks did in 2020, and that is hold their nose and vote for whoever the Democrats put on the ballot. See, they've already realized that 2016 just repeated itself. So now the Democrats' play at this point is to hope that in 4 more years, 2020 repeats itself. And that the people who are standing on business today will be so annoyed with Trump and all of his racist pals that once again they'll hold their nose and vote for anyone other than J.D. Vance. That's the mental calculus the Democrats are using. See, the black vote blinked once.
J.D. Vance, great day.
Democrats know that no matter how determined black voters may appear right now, if Trump and his pals are obnoxious enough, maybe they'll probably decide it's time to shut those maggots up by throwing the bums out one more time. And most importantly for the Democrats, they'll be able to get back in power without doing anything for black voters. So don't get the game twisted. Now, there have been people saying, hey, look at all of these terrorists who have been allowed to run amok and they're being freed. And look how they're celebrating. You know, this is putting pressure on the Democrats to change their tune. I wouldn't go there, okay? Because in the Democrats' minds, they're hoping that all of these degenerates on parade is going to put pressure on you to change this. The entire point is for the Democrats not to have to do anything at all. Seeing the maggots smiling and gloating at their renewed legal immunity is supposed to make you want to wipe those smiles off their faces. That's what happened 4 years ago. And you know what? I don't have a problem with that. These idiots should be shut up. They should be shut down. But if the only thing on the ballot is making these right-wing reprobates frown for a single night, that's simply not enough. I need to know what it is that I'm going to get. Donald Trump has already shown that he can be bold when it comes to standing up for the scum of the earth. Now it's time for the Democrats, at least any of them who might pretend to have a spine, to show that they are going to be even more bold about standing up for the salt of the earth. And if the Democrats still want to persist in their delusions and their belligerence and pig-headedness, I say let them. It's already going to be a long 4 years no matter what happens in 2028. But if the Democrats insist on being belligerent and pig-headed and delusional, that 4 years could wind up being 8 years, or 12, or even longer
16.
than that.
No, 16.
Good day.
16.
And be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors. Shiva Boone, Rundell Lewis, Jessica Adams, Deshaun Boatwright, and Devin Goodwin. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
Till 2045, all the way up to 2100.
Yeah, okay, Professor Black Truth. Some
Lawsuits
that I got.
like the kind that Elon Musk has faced for racism that he practices at his companies. When someone violates the rights of multiple individuals, that's no longer individual rights because it's no longer an individual case. It's impossible to have civil rights simply apply to one individual. There is no one person.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, just some notes right here. Okay, as we do know that J.D. Vance is going to be elected after Trump to carry the agenda. He'll be reelected again, and then after that point right there, I would probably be dead.
Shabaka, stop talking like that.
Brother, I'm just merely stating facts just off the law of biophysics, man.
Yeah. But we gonna pray that you're gonna see it. So.
And then too. Okay, now you see the fervor that's happening in the country, ladies and gentlemen, with these Republicans. Okay, you got to look at what they're saying outwardly, but we also got to figure out in the counterman what they're going to be doing overtly. You see what I mean? And as I've stated before on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced and Frontline Black News, is that they getting that goddamn desert out there, ladies and gentlemen, ready for us out there in the middle of Death Valley. And what they're going to do, all you deadbeat dad niggas, all you jailbird niggas, let's say, all you pro-black, arrogant black bastards, okay, we got a place for you. It's called Death Valley. And that place is 1,000 miles wide.
Criminals, like Jay said, that don't need to pardon all the criminals, and he need to anybody that's a felon can run for political office, including the presidency.
Well, see, glad you brought
felon running the country right now.
Now hold on, Brother Che. Glad you brought that point up. So what's going to happen is with a 34 convicted felon, okay, who should be having a White House out there on Alcatraz Island freezing his ass off up there with Jay Militant and Frisco Bay, then that means is that any motherfucker that is a convicted felon should be able to run for any goddamn political office, rather at the Fed level, state level, or local level, because federal law supersedes state and local law.
Yep.
Understand? Now, and another thing is, too, to all you coons out there, you Jesse Lee Petersons, you Roly-Poly Martins, you Candace Owens right there, it should be very, very clear to you is that this country does not care or will not care about your black ass. So bed wench, buck wench, all you want. But remember, in the eye of them, you still just a nigga. Just like with the little actor Todd Bridges said, everybody remember Todd Bridges who kept going back and forth to jail and shit. There was an episode that he did when he was a child on called Little House on the Prairie. And it starred Michael Landon, who used to be Joe Cartwright on Bonanza. And there's a scene in there where Todd Bridges asked him, he said, hey, man, would you like to spend 50 years as a white man or 25 years as a nigga? And Michael Landon couldn't say nothing. You know, he couldn't say, why? Because there is no argument with undisputed truth, because only a fucking idiot would sit up there and argue that 2 + 2 does not equal 4. Right. You got to be a fucking idiot. And that's what Jesse Lee Peterson is. That's what other old house nigga that we had talked about a while back, Jonathan Gentry, was about.
Oh my God.
See, and you don't even hear nothing from that fool no more. Why? Right. Just like what the professor told you right there, they always break their tools.
Oh yeah, always. No doubt about it. They're gonna break their tools.
And then too, these ambulance chasers like Ben Crump and all this old type of shit. Now you black attorneys out there, you all getting ready to smell the motherfucking coffee too. You see what I mean? Because your black asses might be coming up missing as well too. And then when like-minded individuals such as ourselves right here, where you're all a black racist guys and all that old type of shit, that shit getting ready to smack you real dead head in the face. Look what they did to Breonna Taylor. You see what I'm saying? Look at that punk ass attorney general of the state of Kentucky. He refused to prosecute them bastards. So which means is, yeah. Now what that motherfucker did was he had violated his oath as an attorney general. Wasn't everybody supposed to get equal protection under the law?
You know that don't apply to us.
Facts. That's my point, Brother Che. You see what I'm saying? And that just proved it. But they want to sweep the shit up under the rug. They want to sit up there and piss on our heads, tell us it's not rain, shit on us, and tell us it's snow. Yep, piss on our heads, tell us it's rain, shit on us, and tell us it's snow.
Yep,
and then you get the Jesse Lee Petersons, the Roly-Poly Martins, the Candace Owens, you the bows, Tim Scott. Zippity-doo-dah, zippity-day. I got plenty of nothing. Yeah, and nothing is plenty for me. And let's look at old Sambo, who was the goddamn president of the United States. That motherfucker could have issued executive orders. No, you go get these goddamn murdering ass cops of our people and lock them the fuck up. Put them on no bail holds indefinitely. He had the power to do it.
Sambo was a tether, Shabaka. It's not like us.
A tether. But wait a minute though, Brother Jay. I thought he was born in Hawaii.
That don't mean nothing. He was born in the United States territory, yeah. But he's not of our lineage. His history is not our history at all. His experience is not our experience at all. And that's the issue that we are solving with this whole we are all one big nigga.
And that's why I appreciated the president of Kenya of doing what he did, man. You know what I'm saying? When he came up with that alphabetized agenda shit, man, you got to shake the spot, man. Ethiopia told him, man, we heard about that bullshit, man. Don't even bother landing. That was beautiful.
But they still allowing other shit though, Shabaka.
I know.
Before we can even think, they gotta unify on the continent before we can even discuss any kind of Pan-Africanism. They're not even practicing it on the continent.
Well, Brother Che, when you get up in my age group, brother, that there will be your mission. Because I'll be gone when you get up into my age group. And I'm not saying I'm dying or everything or anything. I'm feeling like shit. I'm just speaking of the law of biophysics. And plus that, I wouldn't want to live to be an old 125 million year old motherfucker like Jimmy Carter, man. I don't want to be putting no burden on my families, man. You know, well, we got to go take care of his old ass and all that shit. Fuck that.
Yeah. They let him live to 100 years old.
Yeah. And the motherfucker was so goddamn demented, man. Did you see how fucked up he was, man, when Rosalind died? But one thing I will say about Jimmy Carter, okay, one thing I will say, that motherfucker, him and his wife in their senior years, they did get out there, man, and help build, what's that, Habitat for Humanity?
Yeah, they was building homes for people.
Yeah, up there in the city of Oakland too, Brother Che. I think was we hooked up at that time, man, you know.
Yeah, that's when we first linked up.
Yeah.
But, they was
right after I did
doing the same stuff.
Yeah, and that was right after I did the video there at the Fruitvale BART station where Oscar Grant was killed.
Yeah, well, Oscar Grant was back in 2009, but yeah.
Yeah, it was around that time, man, because I remember riding on the BART, and when you stop at the Coliseum BART station, you know, you could see over there going towards the hills of them, you know, doing the affordable housing. And so then what I did, I walked through the neighborhood and they said, hey, it was done by the Habitat of Humanity, and Carter and his wife, they got out there. You know what I'm saying?
They did.
Give it to him. Yeah, I'll give Carter that. Now, he wasn't shit as the president, but what I'm saying, but goddamn it, man, he did.
He only did one term, right?
Exactly. But goddamn it, the man got out there and he put some fucking work in, man. So I have to respect him on that. Fuck him being the president. I'm looking at what the fuck he did for the community as a whole.
Yeah, and I heard he did hire a bunch of black people.
He did do, Brother Che. Yeah, that he did do. In Oakland, he did. You know what I'm saying? That he did. You know, that he did do. You know what I'm saying? So I have to give him that. Now, the Kennedys, okay, where JFK and Robert Kennedy was tossing up Marilyn Monroe on a regular basis when they had the March on Washington. They handpicked King to go over there to quote unquote to be the leader of it. And the X-Man had spoke about that.
Yep. So yeah, the
See,
Kennedy.
so in other words, man, they playing us for political suckers once again. But however, we know what time it is. We waking up smelling the coffee. That's where
that conspiracy theorists come from. After the damn assassination, anybody that questioned the government was automatically like a conspiracy theorist, which is a contradictory of terms, and they literally cancel each other out. So it's just like it's like another way of gaslighting. I'm telling you.
Oh yeah. Now here's one thing for you, Brother Che. Turning back to the pages in history of my mind. 1975, just before the Thriller in Manila was going to happen, Geraldo Rivera and another guy by the name of Mort Saul had came on ABC News, right? And they says, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to expose one of the biggest lies ever told. Call up every fucking body you know and have them tune in. Okay, Geraldo. Okay, all right, Geraldo, I tuned into you. And here it showed again and again and again, at least 8 times, that Magruder tape that showed that Kennedy was hit from the front, not the back, as they said about Lee Harvey Oswald. He was caught in a triangular crossfire. Now, let's ask a question, folks. Now, who was the vice president under JFK? Who was sworn in office? And he was a senator from what goddamn state?
Oh my God, what state was he from? Alabama?
Texas.
Texas.
Now you tell me. You tell me.
Yeah, Lyndon Baines Johnson.
Yeah.
He was gonna have
senator. You the goddamn vice president. You the senator from Texas, right? And the president, man, gets knocked off in your state. And they had to swear that motherfucker in the office aboard Air Force One when they was taking President Kennedy's casket back to Washington. Now, here's something for you, family. I was 4 years old, and I was watching TV with my daddy. And it was cold in LA that day. And I distinctively remember of seeing a video of this box being unloaded from the rear of this airplane. Remember, this box being unloaded from the rear of the airplane. Now get this here, Black family. 3 years ago, I was looking at CNN News. All right, and they were showing the 60s, all the top news from the 60s. And they showed that same clip again. And I remember watching that. So I didn't know it then, being a little child. So I lived through the Kennedy assassination, you say, and I don't know. Well, you know, when you little, the only thing you worried about, man, is watching cartoons, man. You know what I'm saying? And I did not know because this is shit that I've lived through. You see what I'm saying? So I ain't read this shit no book. I'm telling you about what the fuck I witnessed of what's left of my memory. You know what I mean?
Right.
And what happened? They say. And then the only thing that I remember is that everybody around the nation cried. And then from what I understand, that Dr. King and Coretta were at home watching this. Then Dr. King, and there's a book called Malcolm, Martin, and America, written by James Cone. And then there's one chapter in the book of where he talks about Dr. King's kitchen experience, because Dr. King was in the kitchen at his own home, right, by himself. And he was looking at what he was doing. And after the Kennedy assassination, he told his wife, this is the way I'm going out.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he already knew.
And then, he already knew. The same thing with the X-Man, because the X-Man said, when you read his autobiography, and the preamble says, I do not expect to live long enough to read this book in its finished form.
Yep, I remember that distinctly. Yep.
Okay, and what did Dr. Huey P say? When the six people started the Panther Patrols, the Forte brothers, which was two of them, Big Man, that's the third one, Lil Bobby Hutton, the fourth one, the last two, of course, as we all know, was Huey Newton and Bobby Seale.
Oh, you forgot Cleaver.
No, Eldridge Cleaver did not join the Black Panther Party until after they did the thing up in Sacramento, because Eldridge Cleaver was a magazine publisher, and he had published a magazine called Ramparts.
Oh yeah. What about?
And I remember, as Chairman Sekou, and I remember my parents, having a Rampart magazine on the kitchen table, on the coffee table. One of the sounds of the days was Smokey Robinson's "Come Round Here."
Come Round Here.
Baby, Baby, Don't Cry. And then, of course, when the Queen of Soul had came out with her big hit called Respect. See, you have to understand, people, as that Aretha Franklin, James Brown, you see, they spoke for a generation at the time as it was unfolding. Yep. But when you little, being little kids, my main concern was cartoons. I want to see me some damn Road Runner, Bugs Bunny, Yosemite Sam, and all that old shit.
Yeah, I'm saying that, but she was getting the real deal back then. Like everything that we got syndicated decades later.
Yeah, you see what I'm saying? And I'm talking about shit that I grew up in. I'm not talking about shit that I read. I ain't talking about shit that I heard. I'm talking about shit that I grew up in, and then being an adult, going back, reading through this material. Oh, and by the way, that woman's lived shit. I've had older queens tell me this. That was the biggest bunch of bullshit to divide the black community more so than a little bit.
I remember telling her said it on, I think it was the Phil Donahue show or one of them shows from back then. That was a bad thing.
Okay, now all respect to Phil Donahue. Okay, he was a white fella. He used to be married to a woman named Marlo Thomas, who was the daughter of Danny Thomas, who used to be on a TV series called That Girl, right? But one thing, though, that Phil Donahue did say, God damn it, I have to give him his respect for, is that he had everybody up there. And then when this one white woman that called up his show and says, well, Mr. Donahue, I really like your show, but I hate the guests that you have on here. And you know what Phil said? Phil says, ma'am, we respect that, but the only thing I guarantee on this show is provocative conversation, and that's it.
Yeah.
Had Dr. Khalid up there, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, had the X-Man would have stayed alive, I'm sure he would have had the X-Man up there.
Oh, yeah. But I'm moving to the next topic because Bad Salami, he done got his wake-up call. So
what happened with Rama Salami?
Kicked out, and Trump attacks DEI and EEOC.
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth. The Orange Man has been signing executive orders demanding all kinds of things, from the end of DEI offices and federal agencies to going over to the EEOC and saying that we need to get rid of that too. But not before he puts a right-wing flunky in there who's already declared that she's going to basically be fighting against equal employment. Now, as far as Trump declaring that he wants all the DEI offices and any federal agencies to be closed, well, he's also said he wants their personnel to be placed on paid administrative leave. So this is his big move. Instead of paying DEI administrators to at least be in their offices working, now the taxpayers are going to still be paying those same DEI administrators to not work at all. And you wonder why it is that every business Donald Trump has ever run has been run into the ground. The white right is just a clown show. But hey, even though the culture war has failed to turn out the vote, they might as well try to play to the internet rubes who they think are influential. But in reality, they're just catering to those clowns because those reprobates are the only ones who consistently cheerlead for the Orange Man. Trump's busy throwing red meat to the inbreds he calls his base, and just to show he means business about no more DEI, Vivek Ramaswamy, the pump and dump king, got his walking papers. That's right. Clown for anti-DEI just became the first casualty of ending it. But dumb as he is, I'm sure if you ask him about it, he'll say, I absolutely agree. That's the best move they could have possibly made. Heck, I would have gotten rid of me too. The word on the slimy white media streets is Vivek got his throat cut by Elon Musk, aka Phony Stark. The pretend genius billionaire decided that there can only be one cockroach atop this mountain of feces, and it's gonna be him. So the 2-bit hedge fund pump and dump specialist is now running off to Ohio, allegedly, to try to become governor. And will that go any better than his damn to fail presidential run? What do you think? And on a side note, for the trolls in my comments who are guffawing and saying, Professor Truth, didn't you say that Ramaswamy would never get a spot in the Trump White House? First of all, stupid, I said Trump would never pick him to be his VP, no matter how much feckless butt-kissing the little brown-noser did. And that's exactly what happened. The Orange Man chose J.D. Vance, just like he chose a white man, Mike J.D. I never said that Vivek wouldn't get a spot in the Trump White House at all. I wish the trolls would clean the wax out of their ears and pay attention. And secondly, I think it's safe to say my suspicions that Trump and company would never be able to tolerate his presence has now been borne out. So, as I said, Vivek Ramaswamy was doing all that butt kissing during the campaign, thinking he was going to finesse himself a White House gig, and it was all for nothing. He would never be part of the Trump White House. You're welcome, again. And now Ramaswamy returns to the obscurity from which the white media temporarily plucked him, and he joins Bobby Jindal and Nikki Haley among the other Indian Americans who pushed for all the anti-black gibberish that their paymasters in the White House wanted. But in the end, they all got dumped. Trump was recently asked about who would be recruited in his administration, and he specifically said anyone even associated with Nikki Haley wouldn't even be considered. So not only is he not going to have Nikki Haley in his administration, he won't even consider anyone associated with her. It's like I always said, no honor among sleaze. The Orange Man doesn't like ambition, because those are people who aren't dependably obedient and loyal to him. Even Mike Pence, who was as low on IQ and ability as he was on ambition, still wasn't willing to do what Trump said without question. So this time around, Trump wants a gang of suck-ups who are simply too dumb to disobey him. Elon Musk is about the closest thing to a smart person in that gang, but then again, that ain't saying much. Vivek allegedly got on the wrong side of the MAGAs by saying that immigrants worked harder than native-born Americans, which they took to mean white, and they were right. Vivek railed against DEI and any of the other acronym buzzwords the white right whines about because he wanted to not just be accepted by them, he wanted to be one of them. And they saw this brown-skinned narcissist saying foreign-born workers, and all they heard was brown people like me. They liked their mascots such as Vivek to be seen and not heard. Musk was doing Nazi salutes the other day, and now the little brown shirt is purging the Untermensch from the Orange Man's Fourth Reich. Yeah, a lot of people who told themselves they were on the team, on the inside looking in, they're getting shown the door. And a lot of them never got inside the House in the first place. Last time Trump was in the White House, he pretended to want to have some token people of color in his administration. But this time around, he's not even making a pretense that he wants them. So far, he's only nominated one measly token Negro. The white media reported last month on how black Republicans felt left out of Trump's second term. Talk about slow. Those dimwits didn't realize they hadn't been included in his first term. They're playing the same game that black Democrats like Simone Sanders and Cedric Richmond played. Try to get a White House job as the ultimate resume enhancer. Then you can go on some white media channel or some other white corporation and say, I worked at the White House, so that makes me an insider. Now give me a job. But instead of being the next Ben Carson or Diamond and Silk or even Omarosa, they become the next Stacey Dash and the next Larry Elder. They're not going to be the next big thing, they're going to be the next big nothing. They thought they were going to buck dance for some butter biscuits, and instead of being left a job, they were left behind. This is the reason why the black grassroots are smarter than any of these bootlicking Negroes. While we didn't support Kamala Harris, we also had no illusions about what a second Trump term would mean. Loud, obnoxious, and the white supremacists showing themselves for who and what they are unabashedly. Right now, Donald Trump's put a white woman in charge of the EEOC, and she's declared on the internet that she's going to fight against equal employment. As she put it, our employment civil rights laws are a matter of individual rights. That's not true at all. What she's saying is they want to attack any sort of class action lawsuits, like the kind that Elon Musk has faced for racism that he practices at his companies. When someone violates the rights of multiple individuals, that's no longer individual rights, because it's no longer an individual case. It's impossible to have civil rights apply to one individual. There's no one person who is literally a class of one. But there's shows where the white right's trying to go. They want to make white people in general and white males in specific into some sort of protected class. That can't possibly work because they still own everything and control everything. So they hardly need protection since no one's attacking them. Since white males still are overwhelmingly overrepresented in positions of business and government, they'll have a hard time trying to bring some nuisance suit or some complaint to the EEOC on the grounds that they got passed over for any non-white person, which is what they think they're going to be doing. Their wannabe campaign of phony outrage isn't going to get them very far. But the point, though, is not to actually get them somewhere. They're already where they want to be. The point now is to make a last-ditch effort to try to freeze the racial status quo in place the way that it is now. White supremacy is a system of goodies, giveaways, and guarantees. And the first and most important guarantee the white supremacy made to its beneficiaries was that they would get everything without having to earn it. We did not have any sort of merit-based anything before the civil rights legislation of the 60s. So these attempts to try to declare that the pre-1960s was an era of meritocracy is just a bunch of open white supremacist rhetoric. But the truth of the matter is they couldn't have done it without the Democrats' help. Now, to continue, this Lucas woman also said, we must reject the twin lies of identity politics, that justice is measured by group outcomes, and that civil rights exist solely to remedy harms against certain groups. This, of course, is another lie. Civil rights have never been applied at the individual level. You can't have a class of one. Trump is doing the exact same thing that he did the last time he was in the White House. That's why I'm showing you this headline from this The Nation article piece from 2021. Back in 2019 was when he put one of his flunkies in charge of the EEOC, and she was also a woman, just like his current EEOC pick. And this woman also hated anything that held white businessmen or white corporations to account. So what Trump's doing is no different than what he's done before. And the Democrats' refusal to address it is also no different than what they did last time. But again, this is the white right taking the racist rhetoric that used to be spouted only inside the insane confines of the Manhattan Institute or wherever, and now they're saying it openly like they did on Fox News. This is them taking their Fox News talking points and trying to make it into policy, declaring that they're basically going to make a last stand. That's what this is. They're going to expose themselves, declare that they're the American Nazi Party, and that they can just do whatever they want. None of this is any surprise. Donald Trump was successfully sued for housing discrimination in the 1970s, so we already know what he's about. We have an open and honest white supremacist in the White House, and he'll do what these scumbags always do, overplay their hand. The problem that we've had is that we've been here before, and Democrats have always managed to get back into office without doing anything about the open, overt, and intentionally racist policies that they've allowed the GOP to keep putting into place. Democrats did absolutely nothing while the DeSantises and others passed laws like the so-called Stop Woke Act. In fact, Democrats were joining in with them and attacking the same things. Remember, it was Barack Obama who was attacking woke long before the Republicans were. And we had Democrat flunkies telling us that Democrats were the only ones who were going to protect us. Meanwhile, Democrats were telling us to our faces that there was nothing they could do against book bans and teaching slavery was a good thing. So where's the protection been at? Republicans write laws saying that it's okay to hit black protesters with your cars. Where are the Democrats doing retaliatory legislation or trying to overturn it? Instead, the Democrats haven't done anything at all, except for go on television and either the Democrats or their white media surrogates would be attacking their very own supporters and saying, you need to rein in those far leftists. They're hurting the party. These are the people who are going to cost you elections. Meanwhile, the only elections the Democrats won were because the so-called extremists, the people at the fringe, were the ones who turned out to vote. It's been the political equivalent of hustling backwards, except unfortunately the Democrats have actually been able to win elections by doing exactly that, doing nothing at all. Trump and his pals attacking decades-old civil rights legislation will force the actual conversation that the Democrats have been trying to avoid for the last 30 years. The Democrat voters are going to see the Democrats are not standing for civil rights. And at some point, there's going to be a backlash, like in 2020, where people demand that Democrats run on a platform of reinforcing and strengthening all these policies that they've allowed the Republicans to tear down. Democrats have been the not-so-silent partners with the Republicans in this decades-long agenda of dismantling civil rights. When the Supreme Court handed down the unconstitutional ruling in the Shelby v. Holder case, Democrats did absolutely nothing about the Voting Rights Act having been dismantled, and again, this was on Barack Obama's watch. When Biden got elected, he didn't do anything about it. In fact, he didn't even say anything about how, we got to prop back up and protect those voting rights legislation. We got to go ahead and make sure that we undo the damage the Republicans did. He didn't say a word about it. And neither did Kamala Harris. Isn't she supposed to be some kind of lawyer? Oh, that's right. She was a prosecutor. She wasn't a civil rights attorney. Republicans attack civil rights legislation, and the Democrats have allowed them to do it. For decades now, Democrats did nothing as trash like Islam filed his nuisance suits against affirmative action. They wouldn't even stand up for affirmative action. They did nothing about the illegal and unconstitutional Michigan so-called emergency manager law until Republicans poisoned an entire black city's drinking water. And even then, all Obama did was come to town and tell everybody, I fixed it, when he didn't do anything at all. They've allowed Republicans to get away with attacking black people's rights constantly and with impunity. What Trump and the white right are doing right now is simply continuing their practice of taking advantage of the huge opening the Democrats have given them because the Democrats refuse to push back. When you see morons like nigga Jim Clyburn, America's favorite sharecropper, attacking black voters for sloganeering, stop sloganeering, and he doesn't say a word about stopping the Republicans' nonstop litany of racist policies masquerading as laws, that tells you that neither he nor any other Democrat intends to do anything. Did Kamala Harris run on a platform of stopping the GOP's performative extremism like the idiocy that DeSantis engages in? No. Did she even mention any of the Republicans' legislative antics? Of course not. No. And that's why this is happening. Democrats have been given chance after chance after chance to be in charge of the government. When Barack Obama took office in 2008, Democrats controlled the House, the Senate, and the presidency for the first 2 years of his administration. And what did he do with it? Well, he did something for everyone except black people. When Joe Biden took office in 2020, it was the same thing. Black voters handed Democrats control of the House, the Senate, and the presidency. And what did Biden do with that? He funneled more money to the thugs in blue, and he made sure to give his crackhead son a pardon. He didn't say a word about Democrats shutting down the Republicans' legislative war on civil rights. He wouldn't even acknowledge that a war was going on, and neither did Kamala Harris. Now, with Trump and company doing the most, first there's going to be the usual Negro butter biscuit bootlicks like Jasmine Crockett and other clowns and the congressional black talkers, these fools who have spent decades telling us to vote blue no matter who. Meanwhile, the white right was filing lawsuits and writing unconstitutional legislation to attack us, and these good-for-nothing Negroes didn't say boo. Then you'll have the fools on cable TV who are going to be saying, can't believe this is going on. Now, they're not going to say to do anything about it or that Democrats need to run on a platform of this. They're not going to say, this could be popular. This is the kind of thing Democrats should run on. Instead, what we're going to have is the CBC pretend to be concerned, and then Alexandria Cortez and Bernie Sanders and probably Elizabeth Warren, they'll go ahead and cluck their teeth and make a few croakings of insincere sympathy. but only when the rank and file Democrats continue to make persistent will some of them finally be pressured to say, well, something needs to be done. Because up until now, Democrats have basically acted as if there was no racism in America, and they've gone along with the GOP's narrative in all but name. Hyper-aggressive, ground-shaking action is what's been called for. And Democrats instead have responded either with empty weasel words or with nothing at all. By the way, the Gators fired the coach. I'm sorry, the Raiders. Democrat voters look at the Democratic Party and ask what they're going to do about it. Democrats will show who they have always been. What's required here is a political reset. Democrats have spent decades not standing up for civil rights or even admitting that they're necessary. Pressure is going to have to start to mount on them, slowly at first, but then eventually more. But make no mistake, that's a point that the Democrats don't want to be reached. As far as they're concerned, it's okay to let the Republicans do this because they're all working to try to make sure that white primacy is permanently entrenched. It's the black grassroots who have shook things up. This is part of their war on us. This is a position they don't want to be in because their stance is to not change the status quo. Democrats will attempt to talk around the issue when they get pressured. They'll try to do their favorite trick, use a word salad to con people into thinking that they're talking about the subject at hand, when in reality, they've actually said nothing at all. Remember what Hillary Clinton said about stop and frisk? She didn't say that stop and frisk was wrong, that it was unconstitutional, it needed to be stopped. Instead, what she said was that it just wasn't effective. And that's what they're going to try to do in relation to this issue. When Democrats do finally slither out of their holes and give some passing insincere mention to the need to rebuild the civil rights infrastructure, just make sure you ask them, where the hell have you guys been at for the last 30 years when it's been under attack? Because that's how long they allowed trash like Ed Blum to run around filing his nuisance suits. That cockroach has been doing it since at least the Clinton years. And neither Clinton, nor Obama, nor Biden, nor any other Democrat has done a thing about that since the 90s. Obama did nothing about it in the aughts and the 2000 teens. Biden did nothing about it in the 2020s. So as public pressure mounts on the Democrats and forces them to have to say something about it, when they finally try to pretend like they're just so outraged about these attacks on civil rights and like they're so eager to undo what the white right is doing, you make sure you ask them where the hell they've been all this time while this mess has been going on for the last few decades. Donald Trump is being louder and more obnoxious about it, but what he's doing isn't new. He's following in the footsteps of the Ed Blums and the Antonin Scalias and other walking garbage. But understand, black people aren't the only ones who this is going to affect, and you'll have some of these other groups, you know, the ones who up until now thought that they were on the team, they're going to begin talking as if there's suddenly a problem. Anna Navarro on The View, she used to be a GOP suck-up, though these days you can't tell by listening. This is where Vivek Ramaswamy's fall comes in. Some people mistook being a model minority for being a model citizen, and they simply don't want to accept that under white supremacy, white is a euphemism for American. It's a euphemism for a human being. It's the only euphemism for a citizen. That's why when talking about white people, the white media, academics, the government, and much of the society looks at white as a tabula rasa normalcy. There's no need to say white citizen because that's redundant. In America, under white supremacy, white means citizen. No need to say white civil rights either, because white means no one can or would attempt to infringe on one's rights. That's what happens when you're a full citizen. You only use a modifier like black when referring to non-whites. Some folks, though, convince themselves that when these white supremacists are talking their racist nonsense and advocating their racist policies, that they're not referring to them. White supremacy has always relied on useful idiots to hide behind when they push their racist schemes. In fact, this is the main purpose that immigration has always served in this country. Ed Blum has made an entire career out of whining about affirmative action based on this principle. And the people who allowed themselves to be his crash dummies, some of them are slowly beginning to realize they were played for fools. Some people think that they're going to be honorary members of the oppressor class. And in the end, all they wind up is dishonored. Now, will this be a wake-up call for Vivek Ramaswamy and others? Of course not. This guy spent his entire time in the public eye bragging that he's never been woke a day in his life. So there's no wake-up call that can wake him up. But for all of you Republican bots who are complaining that we need to support the Republicans, and you Negro so-called conservatives, this is what trusting the GOP gets you. This is the reason why the black media was not out there saying that Donald Trump's such a great guy and singing his praises. We told you that Donald Trump was not going to be doing anything for us, but we also told you that as long as the Democrats are not coming to us and telling us what they're going to do, hell, you might as well let the white supremacists go ahead and tear their behinds, because that's what the Democrats have been doing all along. This is why the black media repeatedly made it clear we're not trusting or supporting either one of these parties, because they're not supporting us. We recognize that perhaps some of the orange man's policies might, very small might, benefit us incidentally, at least some of them could. But that doesn't win him any points with us because he doesn't intend to help us out. If something that he does has some ancillary benefits for us, that's completely and thoroughly unintentional on his part. So, since he's not intentionally helping us, we're damn sure not going to intentionally support him. All of you black conservatives who like to lurk in the comments, you're getting your answer yet again. But I'm sure, especially under the current circumstances, you guys will be laying low, just like the Democrat shills did after Biden got elected and the black media kept applying the pressure to demand that he stick up for the empty policies that he said he was going to enact for us. But we will still point out those groups who made a career out of attacking us and out of helping white supremacy to gain its current position, and how some of them are starting to see that they've been played for fools. But then again, what else did they expect under white supremacy? You don't respect a mark. You use a mark and then discard them when they're done. Vivek's flip-flopped in the past, by the way. He used to be a Trump critic. This was back when he was still trying and failing to ride the Obama immigrant child makes good wave that he thought there was going to be. There were a lot of young male politicians who tried to do like Obama and present themselves as some sort of cultured, high-minded, and concerned political thinker who was sensitive yet a realist, a post-racial candidate, which means they were just trying to copy Obama's faux centrist conservative shtick, hook, line, and sinker. Well, it didn't work out for Vivek any better than it worked out for those dudes down in Tennessee or any of the other clowns like Kamala Harris who thought that they were going to be the next Barack Obama. That being the case, as the black media, we keep our eye on these things. What Trump and the white right are doing is a continuation of the evil white supremacist policies that they've always stood for. The problem here has not been that the white right is racist. We already know that. The problem is that we've had a so-called white left who has pretended as if they were standing against white supremacy when the truth of the matter was they were the silent and on many occasions open supporters of it. Let Trump and the rest of his racist pals play this game of political brinksmanship. The Democrats have allowed them to do it with impunity all along, except the difference is that now you got an unabashed racist doing so. As he does this stuff, the calls from the public are going to be, you Democrats have to start standing against this, and more importantly, you're going to have to reinforce it. Democrats don't want to do that. So in the final analysis, the orange man is going to wind up doing something that the Democrats have refused to do for the last 3 decades. And that is to remind the public not only why it is that the civil rights legislation was enacted in the first place, but also to remind people why it's still relevant and still needed, and why the Democrats are neither relevant nor needed unless they aggressively stand up for their basis issues the same way that the orange man does for his. Good day and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors. Deep Eye 904, LB, Black Voltron Reloaded, G Mars, and TJ Cook. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
Okanda, Shabaka.
Huh?
Black Voltron Reloaded.
Are you a successful entrepreneur or one in training?
Okay, wait a minute. Kill the commercial. Okay, say that again, please.
The contributor, he shouted out, Black Voltron Reloaded. He's out of Oakland. He's out the town.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, he's out of Panther Town. Okay.
Yeah, so you should really link up with him next time you're out there. But he was at the hearings, the reparations hearings
in Sacramento.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what did he say? Hopefully he cussed him out.
Yeah.
Because if I go up into the motherfucker, I'll be arrested.
Yeah, you let him have it.
Okay. That's beautiful. Okay, got to stay in their helmets. Okay. Now, what's our next topics? Because I'm going to have to pull out in a minute to save this data.
Oh, you're right on time because that's the last topic. The last topic, Trump revokes birthright citizenship and cites FBAs as rightful recipients of the 14th Amendment.
Okay, and I think the Supreme Court, man, they had a judge, but see, the fucked up part about the U.S. Supreme Court is that they pick and choose the cases that
And
they
let you
go
know real
over.
quick, you can be the little mascot. You're gonna be the little mascot for us, but the moment you get out of line, you out. Cynthia says, them folks will use our, not use our rights anymore for their own personal agenda and political advancement. Yeah, I agree with that 2,000%. A lot of these other groups today, I can't stand that.
All right, so Uncle Phil's gonna give us an update on that, and then that's
All right.
the last show for the night, Black Family. So appreciate y'all staying up late with us.
Yeah, because you got to do the food bank tomorrow.
Yep, I sure do. And it's a mess outside. I was out there earlier. It was bad then. So.
Damn. Wow.
It is a cool 17 degrees.
That's about right for Denver, Colorado this time of the year. And we're down here partly cloudy on our weather report at 40 degrees. So we're expecting the rain to come in. I would imagine the rain to be here within the next 48 hours. And then what I'm going to do, as long as there's no rain on the ground, I got to go out here and do things, to keep myself self-sufficient when this rainstorm comes, because I got a bunch of medical appointments coming up.
Yeah, well, hopefully it ain't nothing too serious, because y'all ain't got no drainage out there. And that shit
Exactly.
I think
they have very few drained storm drains out here. And I think the reason being is because when these construction workers have to go deal with it, I think they're going into a bunch of rattlesnake bins out there. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. That's all I seen when I was out there. It was damn rattlesnakes.
Where was you at?
And I was all throughout Nevada, Shabaka. I was in northern Nevada and southern Nevada.
Okay, where'd you see the most rattlesnakes at? I would imagine in the southern part.
Yeah, southern, yeah.
Okay, well, with it being winter, from what I understand, they go into hibernation for winter. But I still ain't taking a damn chance, because when I see this brush out here, man, I make it a point not to walk through it just for that reason.
Yeah. So
because I don't put nothing past the snake.
These damn Democrats, or the Democrats is the snake. So the other snake, the Republicans, is in office now, and the Democrats is running scared, talking about Trump gonna repeal the 14th Amendment, which he can't legally do. No president has the power to change the Constitution. That has to come from the vote of the people and the Congress. So no, that's not happening.
They would have to have a constitutional convention, from what I understand, if I recall my best policy.
Yeah, they have to have a whole plethora of stuff they have to do in order to even attempt that. So that's what they're running with, though, that he's going to do this, and because they're upset about the birthright citizenship being revoked. That's been in effect since, correct me if I'm wrong, Shabaka, since 1898.
Yeah, that's the Pleasant. No, that's not Pleasant versus Ferguson. That was separate but equal. But I would have to pull it up. You see what I mean? And then on top of it, too,
you know what the significance of 1898 is, Shabaka?
What's that?
The Wilmington burning.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, what they did in Wilmington, like what they did at Black Wall Street in Tulsa.
Yep.
Yeah.
That heat, man. That heat down here gets on my nerves, man. I didn't want to step outside when it, because it didn't used to be this hot down here at all. You know what I'm saying? With every year it's 100 plus degrees, 100+% humidity, and it's just miserable. You know, so and then
y'all can have that humidity, man. I can't deal with it.
Shabaka, they just had record snow down there.
In Houston, they did.
In New Orleans,
I saw it.
All the way down. I think it snowed in Tampa.
It snowed in Tampa. That's further south than California.
Yeah, it snowed in Florida. When the last time they said that happened was in 77.
I think so. Because they was talking about damaging the orange crop.
Mm-hmm. It actually got down into the 50s in Miami.
Damn. And you want to hear some ironic people that is explained to me when I got jacked up by the damn
I think the last time it did snow, they said the last time it snowed in Miami was in 77, Shabbat.
That sounds about right, because when I got jacked up by the Tampa Police Department when I was in Florida, right?
Mm-hmm.
They say, okay, nigga, let's see your ID was a damn police lieutenant. So I showed, she says, oh, you from California, huh? I said, yeah. She says, what the fuck are you doing this clear across the nation from California? I said, well, Lieutenant, I came down here to compare orange juice. And y'all got better orange juice than California does. And then she told me after she wrote out the ticket, all right, that, well, believe it or not, we're getting all your goddamn garbage from California with the orange juice, and y'all is getting our damn orange juice in California. I says, you bullshitting. She says, no. I said, no wonder orange juice tasted much better in the last 10 years. And she said, yeah, that's about right. That's how long our orange juice been fucked up down here getting your garbage, word for word. Keep in mind, people. This the first time I'd been down south, so all you haters of mine out there over the years that's been emailing me at Shabaka's Black Experience Enhancing shit saying, well, Shabaka, when you gonna take your ass down south? Well, motherfuckers, I did it, I didn't like it, and I will not be going back.
Yeah, well, Shabaka, that's our, in this country at least, that's our ancestral homeland.
I understand that, Brother Chad, and I felt all that. I felt the pain of my ancestors down there when I crossed Alabama.
Yeah. I'm sure I will feel a similar pain when I go to South Carolina.
Yeah, and I've been to South Carolina, and I had a family member that went to Charleston, South Carolina, and they sent me photographs of the auction houses, you know, the slave markets, where they were selling our people when they was coming off the boats in South Carolina, because South Carolina, Charleston was a point of entry for us.
Yep.
And then also, too, they went out there to the plantations, took pictures of it for me, saying, yeah, historical landmark, we had X amount of niggas on this plantation right here, and what have you. And I'm like, God damn, you're a better person than me, because I could have, I mean, just hearing the suffering of the anti-Bedlam South, man, you know, it would have done something to me.
Yeah.
And I might have fucked around and been the next in it too. I said, I got to get the fuck up out of here.
That's what I said. They would have killed me.
Yeah. That was some serious shit. You know what I'm saying? This is why the ancestors send the hurricanes.
Yeah, Garvey did say you'll find me in the whirlwind.
Yeah, and then old Cop Molly gonna make that bullshit stop over there at Glory Island. You remember that shit?
Yeah, that's when they was doing that, what was it called? The Year of Return.
Yeah. Yeah, and we did an episode on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced that I downloaded.
Yeah.
On the terabyte called Journey to Ghana.
Oh, yeah, that was the one. Yep.
Yeah, we got that one right there.
That was good. Then we get the sister that had traveled to Ghana on there.
Yeah, that was my sister that had traveled. You know, what she was trying to get, you know, like a travel group to go over. Wait a minute, hold on. Wait a minute. Okay, you have to pull it up, Brother Che, you know, and listen to it, because she did mention something of it. And if I recall, and correct me if I'm wrong, if you listen to the playback, that she was talking about the tetherism as well, too.
Yeah.
Indirectly, rather if you realize it or not.
All right, so since that devastating loss the FBA gave the Democrats, they're resorting to their usual fear-mongering tactics. So now they're running around talking about that the dump is going to end the 14th Amendment, and oh, God forbid he gets rid of this birthright citizenship, which was intended for us, not illegal immigrants, not migrants,
right?
But foundational Black Americans, freedmen. So Uncle Phil's gonna give us an update on that.
Because this is something I've just been looking for, man. So, man, shout out to the Lord with the weather, man. We should stay like this. But I know some of y'all now. I'm not used to shoveling snow off of anything, right? So that was different for me. So I actually had to learn to do some of that stuff, especially getting it off the car and all that. None of y'all in Chicago didn't tell me how to do that with that snow, man. None of y'all in Detroit. So, you know, what I had to do is just basically cut on the car, full blast heat, but keep it at the feet, not on the glass. You know, the glass, you crack it. Let the car just kind of be heating up a little bit, and as it heats itself up,
you better let that motherfucker warm up, man, for at least 30 minutes.
And on the back, you know, you got the
you will bust a fucking piston real quick, then you jump.
It is what it is. Like I said, I don't have no snow scrapers off the windows and all. So I had to get a little tool I had with my DeWalt shop vac. Put that on there, getting that mess off, but. It was all good. So then I was doing it, and my wife, I guess she'll watch me on the camera and say, "Hey,
the best way to get ice off your fucking window is get you some lukewarm water and throw it on and get it off."
Are you on camera? You know, so she watching me.
They don't know nothing about that.
Shout out to my wife about that. All right, so tonight we're gonna talk about birthright citizenship. Okay, birthright citizenship. It's a lot swirling around. Definitely, you know, a lot of just flat out raw information about birthright citizenship, what Trump did. We're gonna actually read the executive order together, you know, as a class. We're gonna read it together, and once we read it together, let's just kind of see if this is what you're hearing in the mainstream media or people that just run off the mouth on TikTok. Because a lot of people just run off of the mouth of TikTok. Oh, you got some black folks out here, black people, you need to be concerned about this. Well, you know, why don't we read instead of just running off of the first thing you hear on the internet, right?
And that 14th Amendment is one of the most goddamn ambiguous statutes in there.
We read it, we find out what it is, and then we talk about it.
Initially, it wasn't though.
Some people are mad. Something else had just come out. Oh, I seen a woman crying, and Trump just revoked the 1965 executive order that Lyndon Johnson left to protect against hiring discrimination.
Shit, that's great goddamn news. Don't you stupid motherfucker see that you ain't got to hire anybody else when you start black business?
Revoke Title VII of the 1964 Civil Rights Act that addresses all that. That's not what that is. Only one who can really revoke something is the Supreme Court. Just like how they gutted the Voting Rights Act. That didn't come from presidential executive order. That come from the Supreme Court when they did that, right? Now, I know the strategy why Trump did what he did, though. Oh, he knew he was going to the courts. I already knew what he was trying to do because he's trying to get the Supreme Court to basically weigh in on that and hopefully side with him. But we'll get together the executive order. Okay. All right. You say that's how Oregon is? You say there's 100+ in the summer, snow and ice in the winter. Well, I didn't know Oregon got hot like that. I didn't know.
Hell
that.
Yeah,
I
it does.
But y'all have like a dry heat, right? Y'all don't have a humidity. Probably not. See, I've been places where they have a dry heat, like Vegas, California, places like that. Or let me say Southern California. And I can deal with like 99, 100 if it's dry. But the problem is with down here in the Houston area, it's humidity.
Yeah,
the humidity is just unbearable.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I know. That's why I never going back in that motherfucker.
With that. So that's what that is. You say the glass will not crack. Vernetta, let me tell you something. 1 year. Oh no. I did that. I put the heat on the glass, and what ended up happening is that the glass had cracked. It had a small crack in the glass, and it ran across. Oh, yeah. No, Vernetta. Maybe it just never happened.
No, I had that happen in California.
So I just turn it on the foot. I turn it on the highest heat I can get. Keep it on the foot. Let that run for a little bit, maybe about 10 minutes or so. Let it get good and hot, and then it's easy to get it off of there because the car got heated up, so the glass got heated. No, I'm not cracking my glass.
Roster on.
That happened to me in the Bay Area one winter.
Oh, I guess I'm gonna have to talk about that in a whole separate stream. People keep saying that Trump ended the 1965 Equal Opportunity Act. That was basically a portion of that of an executive order. It's an executive order. Remember, we're under the 1964 Civil Rights Act. He cannot executive order and end the law a law. Okay, Title VII is still enacted. What he was talking about basically was affirmative action in federal contracting. That's what that was more so about. What he did, he ended that. But we shouldn't want things in executive order. We should want things in law, because any president can come behind and get rid of an executive order. Just like when Biden came in, he got rid of Trump's executive orders, right? And then when Trump came in, he got rid of his. We do not want executive orders. We want law, standing law that's passed by Congress, signed by the president. We do not want executive orders with anything, because anybody can come and change that. So I don't know why y'all want to hold on to some sort of executive order instead of holding on to standing law. Come on now. Come on. Let's think a little bit. That's way too dangerous of wanting some rights attached to is an executive order. Jay Wiggum say, I don't understand why Black Americans scared of Trump. Well, I'm gonna tell you this, because a lot of them believe the Democrats, and that's really what it is. Oh, Trump gonna get you. Oh my God, he gonna get you. Like, we were doing, Black folks was more prosperous before we had the Civil Rights Act. Black folk, I mean, why don't you take the time to research our history, right, as a community? That's what I'm saying. A lot of you just don't know our history. Oh my God, they get rid of DEI. When I was growing up, we never had DEI. What is that? Of course, I'm talking about that on the podcast tonight. We'll go into that. But the things that some of y'all, the Democrats, is really pushing on y'all. See, this is what it is. They trying everything they can to get y'all scared because they want y'all to stand up for the migrants. That's really what that is. That's to hook y'all, to pull y'all over there into that fight, because they not going to fight nothing with Trump. They're not going to do it. So they doing everything they can to hook y'all like a fish, hook you right here and pull you in to something, because they know a lot of you just scared. Like, what are you afraid of? I can't stand all that. Oh my God, man, Trump. Oh, you saw he let out the Proud Boys? Yeah. Oh yeah. I seen Enrique Tarrio. He out. He sure is. But check this out. If we ever get somebody to stand on business from FBAs, Trump done set a precedent now. So since he did it, if anybody come behind him and stand on business, guess what? They can do it too. Yep. That's how that goes. See what Biden did, pardon his whole family. Now he done set that precedent. Okay, so Trump gonna pardon his whole family when he leaves and pardon himself. I already see it coming. Yeah. I see it coming. They talking about, he may have some other cases. Trump ain't gonna have no cases. He's gonna get himself an unconditional pardon from way back when till he died. You know what I'm saying? Until the Lord is ready for Trump. Trump ain't nothing gonna happen to Trump because Biden did it. So there you go. All right. So, let's go on and get. Let me see here. Let me see what we're gonna put up on here. I don't know if anyone got time for that. I've been kind of talking to y'all a little bit longer. Let's look at Al Sharpton, and then we'll be back.
I have the courage to denounce black bigots. I think Roy Ellis is no good, and I denounce. He is a lot of crap. Now, look, brother, you have your time. That's a lot of crap. Brother,
five-count indictment in Manhattan.
You remember
that accuses
that,
him of diverting hundreds of thousands of dollars to his
Well,
personal
and they
use
should have
after
convicted
using
his
fraud,
ass.
grand larceny, and false business records to solicit
Check out old pimping
from
ass.
such diverse contributors as Don King, the boxing promoter, and Don Trump, the billionaire. Sharpton will be arraigned on state income tax charges later in Albany. In Manhattan Supreme Court, Reverend Sharpton was formally accused of taking in more than $250,000 for his national youth movement. The money allegedly was donated over a 3-year period to support youth programs, but State Attorney General Robert Abrams says lots of that cash went into Al Sharpton's pockets.
All the charges, they stole money. Same charges that Dr. King had, same charges gone. Where's all of the mob money? Where's the tickets kept? This is what disappointing. That's how we can do better. What about not trying for taxes? Every now and then. Black people don't owe no taxes. We ain't got no rights. They like my hair.
All right. That's your boy Al Sharpton. All right. You know, Al Sharpton, I know some of y'all say he get on your nerves, but hey, you know, shout out to Al Sharpton for getting his bag, I guess, right? Let's go ahead and start class. But before we start that, just real quick, well, now former Vice President Kamala Harris, she word on the street is she's pretty upset with Doug. What the people are saying that she's blaming him too for why she lost the election. Kamala, I told you why you was gonna have a problem with him running for office. I was one of the rare ones told you, Kamala. But anyway, that's why you should have talked to me. See, Boulay Martin, you should have talked to me.
You should have talked to me.
She said that she's also saying he's dead weight. Sound like she's sick of him. And I wouldn't be surprised if you heard him the way she's talking from what word on the street is. So I don't know. You know, I don't know. But that's what they're saying, because you know she that ha he and you ain't seen a smile on her face, boy. Ever since that election, that lady been on one. What? Look, Vice President Kamala Harris, a former now, go get you some therapy, please. Right. Go sit down with somebody.
Man, what the fuck she care? That bitch got 5 goddamn pensions coming her way.
It's not good. In any kind of election, there's some who win, some who lose. I know you don't like Trump, and that's fine. Try again another time. Lord, just a campaign. It's not the end of the world. All right. So. Let's go on and check out. We got about a good amount of people in here. Well, shout out to all people coming in. If you're new, go ahead on and hit that subscribe button before we get to this executive order. Also, make sure you download the African Diaspora News Channel app in the Google Play and Apple App Store. That's the only place that you can see our exclusive Friday night live streams, ladies and gentlemen. We will be bringing on, I know for Black History Month, we'll be giving 20% off the annual for the whole month of Black History Month. So that's coming up. And also we will be introducing a lifetime membership as well if you're interested in that. That's going to be coming very shortly. All right, so let's go ahead on and get to it. Let me switch my screen so we can look at this together as a class. Make sure you participate. I may ask some questions. All right, here we go. Protecting the meaning and value of American citizenship. This was done January 20th, 2025, ladies and gentlemen. Now, remember, before we get started, the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment was about FBAs. Just want to make sure we say that ahead of time. All right. So it says, by authority vested in me as president by the Constitution and the laws of the United States of America, is hereby ordered Section 1, purpose. The privilege of United States citizenship is a priceless and profound gift. The 14th Amendment states, all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and the state wherein they reside. That provision rightly repudiated the Supreme Court of the United States shameful decision in Dred Scott versus Sanford. Now, you know about the Dred Scott case.
Yep.
Dred Scott case relates to FBAs, which misinterpret the Constitution as permanently excluding people of African descent from eligibility for United States citizenship solely based on their race. By him mentioning the Dred Scott decision, he is centering what the 14th Amendment was really about. It was not about illegal immigrants. It was about FBAs, okay? Once again, the 14th Amendment is about FBAs, not illegal immigrants, illegal immigration, okay? I just want to make sure that we understand that. K. Scott down there saying Democrats started the KKK, Black started the Republican Party. Let's go here. But the 14th Amendment has never been interpreted to extend citizenship universally to everyone born within the United States. Correct, because it was meant for FBAs. They say the 14th Amendment has always excluded from birthright citizenship persons who are born in the United States but not subject to the jurisdiction thereof. Consistent with this understanding, the Congress has further specified through legislation that a person born in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof is a national, and a citizen of the United States at birth. They give you the code there, generally mirroring the 14th Amendment's text. Now, among categories of individuals born in the United States and now subject to the jurisdiction thereof, the privilege of United States citizenship does not automatically extend to persons born in the United States. You say, one, when that person's mother was unlawfully present in the United States and the father was not a United States citizen or lawful permanent resident at the time of said person's birth. Or two, when that person's mother's presence in the United States at the time of said person's birth was lawful but temporary, such as but not limited to visiting the United States under the auspices of the visa waiver program or visiting on a student, work, or tourist visa. And the father was not a United States citizen or a lawful permanent resident at the time of said person's birth. Now, we're gonna continue here, but let me ask a question.
Check the chat room, brother. Check.
Hold on, let me get back on the screen. Where we at? So far, do y'all have a problem with that? Any of you who's listening, like, if you got a problem with it, look, you agree with Trump saying so far, just put a 1 in the chat. And if you don't agree, say, I don't agree with that at all. I think the migrants should be able to just have babies here and they be citizens. Just hit 2. I just want to know, 1, if you agree with Trump on this, and 2, if you don't agree with Trump on this. I really would like to know. My position, I agree with Trump.
Yep.
I agree with Trump because the 14th Amendment was for us. It was not meant for all these other groups to come over here and piggyback off of what we fought for in this country. Then these people come over, and not only they benefit from everything that we fought for, and then at the same time got the nerve to be anti-black.
Right.
At the same time.
At the same time.
Eating our food and then talking crap.
Yep.
That's why a lot of FBAs are like, I'm cool with Trump on all the stuff he talking about. I'm cool. Definitely with the immigration. I may not be cool with everything he's doing, but definitely with that stuff, I'm good. It's Gucci with me.
Mm-hmm.
All right, looks like a lot of people are agreeing with Trump on this. Okay, so let's get back to reading it, okay? Because I'm seeing them now on TikTok, y'all. Oh boy, they are crying.
Yeah,
they are crying on TikTok. They're saying, I don't know how y'all agree with this, and black people and all like whoa. Don't put us in it.
Right.
We are not immigrants. We're not illegal immigrants. Don't put us in it. When we wanted a coalition, I'll get to that later. All right, Section 2 policy. It is a policy of the United States that no department or agency of the United States government shall issue documents recognizing United States citizenship or accept documents issued by state, local, or other governments or authorities purporting to recognize United States citizenship to persons when that person's mother was unlawfully, and the key word is unlawfully, present in the United States and a person's father was not a United States citizen or lawful permanent resident at the time of said person's birth. 2, when the person's mother's presence in the United States was lawful or temporary and the person's father was not a U.S. citizen or lawful permanent resident at the time of said birth. So basically there is, it don't matter what the state say, is what we say. Subsection of this, of this section shall apply only to persons who are born within the United States after 30 days from the date of this order. So from starting on February the 20th, this is going into effect. Okay. Say nothing in this order shall be construed to affect the entitlement of other individuals, including children of lawful permanent residents, to obtain documentation of their United States citizenship. So he's saying lawful permanent residents, right? He cool on that. Enforcement. So it says Secretary of State, Attorney General, Secretary of Homeland Security, and the Commissioner of Social Security shall take all appropriate measures to ensure the regulations and policies of their respective departments and agencies are consistent with this order, and that no officers, employees, or agents of their respective departments and agencies act or forbear from acting in any manner inconsistent with this order. Now, B, to say the heads of all executive departments and agencies shall issue public guidance within 30 days of the date of this order regarding this order's implementation with respect to their operations and activities. Now, of course, to say what the definitions is, a mother means immediate female biological progenitor. Father means immediate male. Notice that they emphasize, and like he said, there's only two genders.
Right.
It said general provision, nothing in this order shall be construed or to impair, let's say, or otherwise affect the authority granted by law to an executive department, agency, or the head of thereof, the function of the director of the Office of Management and Budget relating to budgetary, administrative, or legislative proposals. This order shall be implemented consistent with applicable law and subject to availability of appropriations. And this order is not intended to and does not create any right or benefit substantive or procedural enforceable at law or in equity by any party against the United States, its departments, agencies, or entities, its officers, employees, or agents, or any other person. So when you see these, let's go back. When you see these people running around here on social media and say, black people, that's dangerous. That's going to affect us. It's going to affect us. Yet we were used to point out how the 14th Amendment was only meant for us. So if Trump is trying to so-called get rid of our birthright citizenship, why would he use the Dred Scott case in his executive order? Geniuses who's trying to spread that silly message. All you have to do is go out and read the doggone executive order, man. It don't take that long to read. Jesus Lord. That's what, listen, but hey, no problem. We are read over here. Reading is fundamental. They have said that plenty times. We don't mind reading over here. So let's get back on the screen here. So when you hear anybody come up here, especially these Democrat shills, Boulay Martin and the gang and all of them go run around here. See, you FBAs, they gonna get you. They gonna get rid of your birthright. It's like, oh God.
Yeah, we never had it.
That's why you read, ladies and gentlemen. You read. Now let's go back to what I was saying before I got back on camera. For years, Jesse Jackson. I heard Al Sharpton, Minister Farrakhan, anybody you could think of, at least I can think of. They all wanted a coalition with people who were people of color. Let me say that term. That encompasses all.
I'm a black man in America.
They want a coalition. They would say, hey, you know what? We have more in common than against each other because due to what we deal with racism, etc., we should all work together, right? And benefit each other. But these other groups, what they decided to do is wanted to side with the folks, right? They wanted to repeat the folks. Some of them, not all, but some of them wanted to repeat the folks. They wanted to join in with the folks, right? And even though we told them, bro, they don't like y'all like that. They don't like you at all.
At all.
They run a game on you because we know them like the back of our hand, right? Mm-hmm. Black folks wanted black and brown, black and Asian, black and this, black and that. All these different coalitions that black folks was wanting for years until recently they say, I'm cool with coalitions. We just need to focus on ourselves. And now everybody gonna see and learn the hard way. You see,
I've been saying
FBAs
that for the last
was
goddamn
trying to
10
help
years.
Yeah.
And you thought that I'm going to side with these people. It's more beneficial for me to side with them. But yet we told you, I don't know how many times, because we learned the hard way, that anytime you side with them, they're always going to backstab you. They're always going to double cross you. They're always going to do something to sabotage you. Only people they care about is themselves. We told everybody that. But nobody wants to listen to FBAs when we tell you this. Like we don't have literally the bodies in the ground to prove that.
Right.
Right? And now some of you are crying. Some of you are trying to say why FBAs aren't saying anything, right? Why FBAs making certain comments on the internet? Why FBA, hey, you know, they can deport you back to Africa. No, they can't. No, they can't. And nothing in that executive order talk about deporting black people anywhere. So what are you talking about?
No, because they got the goddamn Mojave Desert Reserve for us.
And yeah, they're going to deport y'all back to Africa.
Yeah, but again,
they're going to deport your black ass out here to this damn Mojave Desert.
How that's going to
happen?
That's
not a deportation.
In the summer.
That's not a deportation.
I said, Peter said, Uncle Phil, have you seen how Vivek Ramaswamy got getting his wake up call again and again? Yes, that's another one. They kicked him out of Doge or whatever, Department of Government Efficiency. See, like I said before, he thought he was going to tell them folks about themselves. As long as he was talking down on us, he was all good. But the moment he started telling them about themselves, like I said before, and he wasn't lying on him when he said it, Vivek, you're out of here. You're done.
The door.
You're done. To let you know real quick, you can be the little mascot. You're gonna be the little mascot for us. But the moment you get out of line, you're out. Cynthia says, them folks will use not use our rights anymore for their own personal agenda and political advancement. Yeah, I agree with that 2,000%. A lot of these other groups came into this country and they, got advantages we never can get. They didn't have to go through what we had to go through. And then at least, this is a lot of black people were saying, at least just show some respect. At least, you know what I'm saying? Let's break bread. Okay, you got a business. Okay, well, hire some FBAs at your business, man. Let's break bread or something like that. You'll come in our communities, open up businesses, and won't even hire a single FBA. All your customers are
because
FBAs.
you need to build on goddamn businesses.
Right. So
when we seen over and over and over, and your boy Brandon Johnson, man, he's really going crazy out there in Chicago. About this situation with this immigration. He's really going crazy. And that's why I know from what Vicky did a broadcast earlier today, and she was saying that they were saying about 200 ICE officers are in Chicago, and they going door to door. They're not playing. They're not playing. They're not. But let me tell black folks something. Don't you start with that bleeding heart stuff that a lot of you like to start with. Don't you do that. I know a lot of you want to fall back to those old habits. You're the bleeding heart. And oh my God, look at what they did to him. I don't like immigration, but I don't like to see that. Because if 12 was coming to round up black people, nobody be crying. Nobody.
Hey, brother Trey, did you
house,
put my comments off in the
nobody
chat?
Says anything. When any kind of law enforcement agency come down on black people, where's the ACLU suing every time something happened to us? Remember, they're just enacting federal law. But the moment Trump puts out this executive order, ACLU, I think California and all kinds of places, they're talking about they're filing lawsuits. They want to file lawsuits. This is the reason why they want to file it. They're filing lawsuits to make sure that illegal immigrants can keep having their anchor babies here. That's what they filed a lawsuit for. The 14th Amendment was meant for FBAs, not illegal immigrants. And in that executive order, it said, basically, if you are a naturalized citizen or a permanent resident in the United States and you have a child, your child can be a citizen. That's fine. But you can't just be coming over here and just having your baby. So you can have an anchor here to the United States. No. I don't see nothing wrong with that. Yeah, you're right, Veronica. They're wasting your tax dollars on lawsuits. California talking about, you know, putting millions of dollars to the side to fight Trump. You need to be putting the millions of dollars to go fight them fires. I was just seeing on TV earlier that more fires just jumped off in LA. What are y'all doing talking about having millions of dollars put to the side for lawyers to fight Trump? Go put that money in that. Matter of fact, see, if I was Trump, this is what I would do to California. I would tell Gavin Newsom, okay, so you put up $50 million or whatever, $25 million to fight me. I got money for California right now, but you got to use up that money that you're gonna fight me with. You got to use that first. And when I see you use that money first, then I'll come right behind you and give you all the money you need. That's what I would do to him. I said, because if you got money,
no, you can't do that because that'll break the state.
And you got money to go help the people.
No, Uncle Phil, you never lived there. That'll break the state.
Y'all, these Democrats run around here talking about how they gonna be suing and fighting Trump constantly. Like, all they doing is being obstructionists to something that the American people want. The American people agree that not anybody can just come here and just have their babies and become citizens. Most people agree with that. Now, they're already trying to anchor them to the 15th Amendment. Well, that's why they be trying to getting them to vote. Oh, well, they should be able to vote. No, that's for citizens, for first and foremost. But the Democrats are just on this agenda. And listen, this is why the Democrats lost. This agenda that they have. Now, Eternal Love says you have to be subject to the jurisdiction of the American government or United States to be a citizen, and illegal immigrants don't fit the bill. Correct. Because they are foreign national. They're illegal foreign national. They are foreign. They're subject to the government where they come from. They're not citizens. There's a lot of African countries that don't give birthright citizenship. Asian countries, a lot of countries. Now, James Smith says California spends about $25 billion a year on illegal immigrants. Yeah, and that $25 billion could be spent on the residents of the state of California. But they really spend that kind of money.
Give me some goddamn money, shit.
The whole thing. Well, you know, illegal immigrants bring in this so much money in tax dollars or whatever, right? So, like I said on X now, I say, so the drug dealer and the criminal bring in so much money too. Are you gonna just not put them in jail now because they bring in money? You know, they got you know, cartel members and big time mafia members and all kind of people, right? They create legitimate businesses and actually hire people so they can wash their money. They create laundromats and clubs and restaurants and all kind of things they create to wash their money. So by what they're saying, well, leave the criminals that's creating businesses in the communities and hiring people just so they can wash their money. Leave them alone because they're contributing to the tax dollars of California. Just leave them alone. You know what I'm saying? You can't put those criminals in jail, but the other criminals, because they are criminals, if you come into a person's country illegally, it's called illegal. Means it's criminal. It's illegal. You got criminal, illegal, legal, not criminal. And once again, every country I've ever been to, I have to go to immigration. I have to either get my visa before I go or visa on arrival. But I have to get a visa to go into the country. I can't just walk past immigration. Like when I went to South Africa, back April last year.
Azania, man,
okay,
Azania.
You finally get in there or whatever. The first place, once you get in the line, the first place you go is immigration. That's immigration people all down here, right? And I have to give them my passport. They have to look at it. Of course, we don't need a visa to go to South Africa, but they scan it, whatever, look at me, they ask me, what's going on or whatever, and vacation, whatever. They just want to know a little bit. And are you doing some work, whatever? And then they say, okay, you stamp your stuff and hey, welcome to South Africa.
Azania.
But I've never had it where I can just go walk past their immigration. Like, forget y'all, I'm walking right on in. Yeah. And then the cops would get me because I'm going past immigration and I didn't get checked in. Every country I've ever been to, I've always had to go through immigration. So if I had to go through immigration, no matter what country I've been through, then how come they can come? And then other countries would have put my behind in jail if they caught me in their country illegally. But these people, they could be here 10, 20, 30 years would not be legal and then get mad when Trump gets you. Yeah, Veronica, they want the same rights as citizens. They want the same rights. Once again, the term foreigner, when you travel to other countries, you call a foreigner. We don't use that term too much here in America, but other countries use that big time. Oh, you're a foreigner. And technically you are a foreigner. You're foreign to that country. You come from America. You're an American.
No, I'm a diaspora
we have a
guy.
lot of foreigners in this country. And one thing I like about other countries, though,
didn't seal my goddamn jail records.
Other countries prioritize their citizens over the foreigner. In this country, depends on who definitely Democrats do. The Democrats prioritize the foreigner over the citizen. They want to give rights and privileges that even the citizens can't get to foreigners. Especially the Democrat Party. The Democrat Party want to use FBAs to retain power, but they want to give everything to the foreigner. That's what they want to do. You say we need to use that term foreigner because that's what they are. I mean, I've been heard that term. Say when I travel, oh yeah, they foreigners or things like that. Or they're Americans. It's one of those two terms. Like I said, the first time you hear it said about you as foreigner, especially in an African country, it's really gonna throw you off when you hear the term foreigner. But technically, we are foreign. We're not there. We're not them. We are FBAs. That's what we are. Even in the African continent, we are foreign, and that's okay. I will be a foreigner all day long. It's not a bad name to say you are a foreigner. I mean, I travel in the nation. I'm a visitor. I'm a foreigner, and that's cool. That's cool with me. I'm gonna have a good time. I'm gonna respect y'all. I'm gonna respect your laws. I'm gonna respect your traditions, whatever that may be. And then once I'm done, I'm wrapped up. Now I carry my happy self back to the good old United States of America until I get ready to, have my two places where I can go back and forth between the African continent and the U.S. That's what I'm gonna eventually do. I can spend so much time there, so much time here. You said basically the folks you say illegals to undermine FBA. Well, I mean, they always have done that though. I mean, even with white immigrants. When FBA is trying to get a foothold, they start flooding a bunch of white immigrants in here, in the early 1900s to undermine FBAs too. So I want y'all to also know that part of the story. They always flooded this country with immigrants to undermine FBAs. It's just a lot of white immigrants are not really trying to come here because, as we talked about a few days ago, America in a lot of ways is very ghetto to some people because, for instance, America don't have universal health care. And we also, we discussed that. Why America don't have universal health care? So when you come from a European country with universal health care, why would you want to come here? Or if you come from a European country and college is not as expensive, but you come over here and college is almost expensive as a small house, you know, you 6 figures in debt or more. Why you want to come here? I mean, if you stay in a European country, in the EU, just saying. That's why a lot of white immigrants not trying to come here. They find where they at. Yes, their birth rates are low, and that's global. Actually, it's just not here; it's global. And hey, that's their problem. It ain't mine. I do not get on. I don't make that kind of content talking about their birth rates. It has nothing to do with us. If it has nothing to do with FBAs, if it has nothing to do with the diaspora, I don't even get involved in those conversations. You say FBA's chattel voting has got to stop. The last election is just the beginning. Yeah. Yeah, you know, like I told y'all before, this is a marathon, not a sprint. It's going to take time to break these old habits. But one thing I've learned from this last election, repetition is the key. If you just keep talking about it constantly, repetition, day in, day out, eventually it's going to stick. That's the way that works, right? And you don't have to name call nobody. You don't have to twist nobody's arm. You don't have to fearmonger people. You don't have to lie to people. You don't have to do any of that. Just show them the information. Give it to them. Give them the information that they so want to know. That way they can take that information, and then when the fearmongers come, like, man, bro, go sit down somewhere, because you're just talking crap. Did you even read the executive order yourself? Ask them that question. Did you actually read it? They're gonna tell you, no, but I heard. I'm like, man, if you don't get out of my face, you tell me you heard. You didn't read anything. Did you watch any programming that read it all the way through? Did you at least do that much where you could have read it with them? No. Well, I heard this and I heard that. Like, and that's your problem. You heard. Why don't you go confirm something by reading? Start reading. You say you saw a black woman in her 70s who recently found out she was pregnant. Yeah, I saw that. I'm like,
man, that's
ain't no
bullshit.
Way, bro. Like 70s? Jesus
that's
Lord, I mean,
bullshit.
like, what? She didn't go through menopause? How is she pregnant? And then she did. I'm trying to figure that out. And grandma getting it in at that age. Hey, man, grandma, okay, you still getting it in? Like she says, I'm old, I ain't dead. So there you go. Yeah, I was curious. She didn't go through menopause? Man.
Okay, Brother Che, you still with us?
Yeah, you gotta read. You gotta read. You got reading is important. That's why they taught you how to read. Remember, our ancestors couldn't read.
Okay, Brother
they
Che,
kept us from reading
you
because
can hear
they
me,
want us to
man.
be
I'm
educated.
out. Okay, I gotta save the data.
All
right, so I'll touch bases with you tomorrow afternoon.
I mean, read something. I don't care if you read something that's just like a summary or something. Read something. Of course, mass deportation is a blessing. Because like Sister Vicky was saying earlier, they're selling their cars and everything. Hey, some FBAs, they get some new cars and they're leaving their places to stay. Hey, there'd be some places FBAs can get. They say what Vicky was saying earlier, a lot of them are leaving the Uber jobs. Hey, that's more Uber for FBAs to get. So Trump is helping the academy. Now FBAs will get those jobs and go work them and be proud. Because there's no excuse at this point. While you know, if Trump cleaning people out, then go get you a job. Yeah. A goddess. I would want no child in no 70s. Listen, I wouldn't want no children now. At my age, I'm in my 40s. I don't want no kids. No, man. My youngest child right now is 10, going on 11 this year. The rest of my children are grown. I don't know. Lord, no. Me and my wife don't want no more children. We are good. You say the 70-year-old who got pregnant didn't know who the father was. I just heard that, so I don't know. Who sent me the message? Just give me a second. What day is this? I'll find out. Okay. Yeah. So that was, that's what it is. And them you say you saw a black construction worker, you wave. Yeah. Black men in particular, definitely go get them construction jobs. Go get them. When they open up, go get them jobs. Cause I don't want them people saying, well, they gone and we can't get nobody to work them jobs. I need to see black men lined up, ready to take them jobs. I don't want to hear all that, them complaining because they took them out and nobody want to get the jobs. All right, ladies and gentlemen, but thank you very much for joining us on the stream tonight. We greatly appreciate it. Make sure you click the subscribe button. Make sure you click the like button. It's your first time here. It's very, very important. Share it with everybody. It's free. And make sure you download the African Diaspora News Channel app in the Google Play and Apple App Store. And once you do that, hit create account and do monthly, quarterly, or yearly. That way you can get all our exclusive content that we're working on. So thank y'all for listening.
Do not buy 12 Tribes on Earth hair growth oil and hair magic elixir unless you want super healthy, gorgeous hair that grows. They have a whole line of amazing hair growth products, including hair growth leave-in conditioner spray, hair growth shampoo, hair growth spray, and hair growth butter. I'm starting to sense a theme here. They include quality natural ingredients. They smell amazing, and you can see the results for yourself. So if you're looking for healthy hair growth for your natural or relaxed hair, try 12 Tribes on Earth today.
Over these next few days, you're going to find out exactly what many of these executive orders are for. So Donald Trump signed an executive order to withdraw the U.S. from the World Health Organization, aka WHO. So this was done like he made good on the first day in office, and he did exactly what he said in this instance. So, ladies and gentlemen, on day one of his return to the White House, President Donald Trump signed an executive order that begins the process of withdrawing the United States from the World Health Organization. Termination of U.S. membership would cut the multilateral agency funding by 22%, severely challenging WHO's ability to carry out its global health mission. Throughout WHO's 76-year history, the United States has been the organization's most important sponsor. The U.S. contributed $1.2 billion to WHO in 2023, more than twice as much as any other member country. As the most prominent international public health apparatus with 194 member states, WHO has played a critical role in global health security, disease outbreak and surveillance, and mobilization of cooperation across numerous public and private entities. Currently, no other organization has the capacity to coordinate international rapid response efforts to share medical research and innovation. So, to illustrate this includes, among other activities, the entity's instrumental work on multiple Ebola crisis in Africa, worldwide measles outbreaks, which I heard is pretty bad in the world right now, seasonal influenza strain sequencing, so, and flu. We always hear about the flu every year. So WHO is also indispensable in efforts to eradicate HIV, malaria, tuberculosis, and dozens of negligent topical diseases. So, ladies and gentlemen, the U.S. does not belong to this organization anymore. So the ties with them is over. And Donald Trump wants it this way. So, wow, he's doing a lot. But y'all, you're going to have to let me know what you think. Now, WHO goes back, it goes way back, y'all. It was formed in 1948. And we know what else was formed in 1948. Based in Geneva, Switzerland. And it is part of the United Nations. So WHO and the UN are responsible for international public health. And it played its role coordinating with all 194 member states in a wide range of health activities and many other products such as water sanitation products and support for dealing with countries with health emergencies. Well, I guess that's not a problem anymore for the US because Donald Trump is backing out of the whole thing. But y'all, tell me what you think about this in the comment section. Please leave your comment and subscribe. Don't forget to hit on the notification bell, and I'll see you on the next video. Peace, family.
Are you a successful entrepreneur or one in training? You've got the vision, but do you have the right partner to build your brand, your team, and your future online and off? At CPRfirm.com, we offer expert consulting, financial guidance, and life coaching because we believe in doing life with our clients. After all, what is it for a man to gain the world and lose his soul? Founded by Callan Cash Coleman, we help our clients not only succeed, but plan to retire rich. Your business deserves the best. Start building your legacy today at CPRfirm.com.
Finding the right real estate professional can be challenging. I'm broker Melissa Wilson. I'm knowledgeable in all aspects of the real estate process. So whether you're looking to buy new or an existing home or have a commercial need, I'm here to help.
Make sure you pick up my two books that's in Amazon right now. The first one is Passive Aggressive Racism and the System of White Supremacy. And I talk about in that particular book how the system of white supremacy really runs on our daily lives here in America. In our latest book, 7 Steps to Decolonize the Mind, we go through those steps to try to deprogram you from the system of white supremacy. Make sure you can pick up those books on Amazon.com.
Introducing the African Diaspora News Channel app, your gateway to stories that's overlooked by the corporate mainstream media.
At African Diaspora News Channel, we cover stories that don't receive mainstream attention, and we serve as the voice to the Tribal, Black, community. We are committed to informing and educating through the power of media, connecting the African diaspora one story at a time.
With our platform, we're helping to end injustice by exposing it.
Join us in standing for excellence in journalism and serving our community. Download the African Diaspora News app today.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are here. We are here. Thank you for joining us. It is January the 23rd. We are moving along in the month. Tonight, we're going to talk about ICE. ICE has started to go pick people up. And boy, some of the crimes that these people have committed in these Democrat sanctuary cities let the most heinous criminals out on the streets just because they are immigrants. But FBAs have some tickets and they won't let FBAs out of jail. So we're going to talk about that tonight. Also, you know, just what the effects are of the ICE raids in the streets. And we got to have a conversation also about, because I'm seeing this all online and I'm definitely seeing this on TikTok a lot. Keep on trying to rope in FBAs into it like it's our issue and our problem. But we got to have a talk about that election as well. Because I just have to ask some questions. That's all. With the election, with the people that's trying to get us to get on their side. So we'll be talking about that tonight. All right. Demetrius Crawford, thank you for joining us on the memberships, Demetrius. It's great to have you. Great to have you. Yeah, ICE is everywhere. ICE not playing. They showing up everywhere. This is the thing. You knew Trump was coming in. I mean, you had Biden for 4 years and you couldn't get Biden to let you get your paperwork taken care of. I mean, you know Trump, what he say he gonna do. That's really what it is. The only reason that Trump don't do something unless the court's blocking for some reason. But other than that, yeah. Now, just heard today, I was watching a press conference of Trump, and isn't it nice to actually have a president could actually answer questions now? It's nice. It's nice to actually see that a president without a handler. That's kind of cool. But I had to ask some people on the last stream was saying, oh, you know, you talking about, you know, just you're a Trump supporter. Let me tell you something. If I wanted to put on a MAGA hat and say, oh yeah, Trump, what are you gonna do about it? Nothing. You're not gonna do anything about it. That's number one. I'm a truth supporter. That's what I am. I'm a supporter of our community. I definitely want to see the diaspora do good. Of course I do. So that's where I'm at. So any politician that's doing something that could benefit the diaspora or definitely us here in America for sure, then I'm going to be an advocate for that, right? Definitely. Because see, some people not liking that I'm already swatting down the Democrats' lying and the fearmongering tactics that they're doing, because they need they need black people to be scared. And that just really burns me up to try to see this scariness that in some black people. I can't stand that. I'm like, we come from the toughest people on the planet Earth. What are you afraid of? The problem why you're so afraid because you got too comfortable. That's your problem. And what I like about Trump being in office is it's gonna make you get up and do something. It's gonna make you stop being comfortable. I love that. I'm that guy that want to see it all turn around quick. Because with the Democrats, all you do is nothing. You do nothing. You want a few programs, a couple of jobs. You want to get high. You want to drink, and you're fine, right? But when Trump doing the craziness he's doing, and yeah, he's moving crazy. In some instances he's doing great. In some instances, he's doing some crazy things, like all that pardoning with the Proud Boys and Enrique Tarrio and all that stuff, right? And all the people with the insurrection. That's crazy, right? That's completely crazy. Do I agree with any of that? No. I watched on TV what they did, right? But on the flip side, I give Trump this. When Trump say he gonna do something, he do it. And I really think that every politician should be held to that standard, that no matter what you say you're gonna do it and you actually do it. You understand? But anyway, even with that January the 6th thing, not my issue, not my problem either. Because call it what it is. FBAs didn't get harmed in the process like that. We didn't. So we watch it on TV. Like, look at them. Look at them clowns. That's what we were saying. We at home. So, but anyway. So if you got a problem with me reporting on Trump or what he's doing, we're just not gonna like it, because Trump is literally gold for the media, period. From people like myself all the way up to the legacy media. He's gold. Every day this dude doing something. How can you not report on it? You know what I'm saying? It was like that during his first term. So there you go. So all right. So let me check how many people we got in here. Okay, 1,500 people in here so far. And yeah. Trump keeping his word. I don't care about some of the stuff he's doing, but some things I saw, his executive order about AI. Hey, I like that. Executive order about crypto. I like that. You know, just watching those. He just signed an executive order to declassify the files with JFK, RFK, and Martin Luther King Jr. Right? I definitely want to see the files for all of them, but definitely I want to see the files that's declassified about Martin Luther King Jr. I want to see that. I'm pretty sure his family wants to see that. So that's good. That's extremely good. Because they were hiding them files for a very long time. They did not want you to know about the assassination of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. They didn't. So that's a good thing that he did that. Oh, Biden didn't do it. But he's supposed to be on the side of black people, Biden, right? Biden didn't even pardon Marilyn Mosby. He should have pardoned her. He didn't even do it. And the Congressional Black Caucus was asking him to pardon Marilyn Mosby. She didn't do nothing wrong, in my opinion. She didn't need to be on any kind of, she shouldn't be on house arrest or nothing. It was her own money. She was done so wrong, but she was actually trying to stand up for black folk. I'll give Marilyn Mosby that. And them folks in a Democrat city prosecuted her. The Democrats are not our friends. Every time you look up on the Biden, a black mayor is being investigated, charged under Biden. You know, you had the Uhuru movement getting raided, talking about Russia collusion and all this other stuff that was going on, all under Biden. That wasn't even happening under Trump. But nobody likes to talk about that, especially some of these Democrat shields. Black people caught hell under Biden. But anyway, let me go ahead on and queue up. Who's gonna queue up tonight? Let's queue up. Let's queue up Uncle Ruckus, and then we about to get into it. Since some of you are mad about when I talk about Trump, I guess maybe you want to call me Uncle Ruckus. So let's get the real Uncle Ruckus on here, right?
People say the key to fixing the problems is education, but I say education is not the answer. Why bother? And what do they do in college anyway? Oh, they go there, they party, get drunk for 4 or 5 years, and end up just as ignorant as when they came in. You ever seen these fraternities and sororities? You ever seen these things? Silliest I've ever seen in my life. You think Aristotle turned to Achilles and said, hey, let's create a fraternity and jump up and down barking like dogs? Hell no. White man out there getting Nobel Prizes and doing business deals in the fraternities. Jumping up and down with candy canes and doing all kinds of silly shit with their hands. I got something for a fraternity of bananas up a tree.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was good old Uncle Ruckus. Shout out to Uncle Ruckus. Now, let's go ahead and get started, because we got some things we got to cover tonight. I want to give you some information. I want for you to arm yourselves, because especially if you are a Black American, everybody's coming for you. They're coming for you, and they're saying, hey, black people, look what's happening. Come on. I mean, come on, we need to unify. We're gonna get to all that unified talk tonight. So the first thing we want to look at here, and this is going to come, this is a report that came out of Boston. Sanctuary City, Mayor Michelle Wu. Hello, Mayor Wu, how you doing? I remember covering a story out of there where you had the migrants in shelters while a homeless FBA working 40 hours a week had to live in his car, couldn't get in the shelter, right? He had a job.
Yep, he did too. I do remember that. Well, thank y'all for staying up with me. Passed out. It's about to no longer with us. So thank y'all for tuning in to Season 4, episode 44, part 1 of the Frontline Black News. Join us tomorrow or now today for part 2. Oh, okay. Sorry, Shabaka, I missed you by like 20 minutes. In the meantime, make sure y'all like and subscribe to all of our platforms. Apparently, definitely the Revolutionary Agenda, Frontline Black News, and I guess 2 platforms now since Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced is no longer on Blog Talk. Yes, Max 45, read my brothers, that's right. Thank y'all. So, I'm just going to conclude this episode. Make sure y'all check us out later on for part 2. Peace, love, light. Oh, shit. Peace, love, light. Reparations and separations and black empowerment. Nkrumah. Educating, signing out from the mile high income and illegal migrant flooded city in a sundown town known as Aurora, Colorado. Peace.